Any order mana?
Sir, for our Vice Chancellor, there is a little problem with the net connection, sir. Shall we wait for a few seconds, sir? Please, sir.
Okay, no issue.
Yes, sir.
Hello, very good morning, all of you. Is it audible?
Yes, sir, it is audible, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, convener. Good morning, Diriji, Dr. Jana, sir.
Good morning, very good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, Bala.
Sir, good morning, sir.
You able to see me?
Just a minute, sir.
Is that everything okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everything is okay, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Yeah, I think we can start.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
I welcome one and all behalf of Dr. MGR Fisheries College and Research Institute, Talainair. It gives me tremendous happiness to greet everyone attending the National Virtual Workshop Chola Aqua 2021 in the theme of self-sufficient aquaculture, prism of possibilities for the present and future. And myself as Vimala Devi, working in the Institute as an assistant professor in the Department of Fish Processing Technology. And I'll be traveling with you as a moderator and comparer throughout this session. Now, without any further ado, we will turn the time over to Dr. S. Balasundari, Dean, Dr. MGR Fisheries College and Research Institute, and convener of Chola Aqua 2021 to deliver the welcome address. This is over to you, ma'am.
Madam, please unmute. Please unmute, madam.
Thank you, Mrs. Vimala. Honorable Chief Guest, Deputy Director General, Fisheries Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi, respected Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University, respected University Officers of Tnjfu, beloved teachers and students of Tnjfu, officials of Department of Fisheries, the expert speakers of Chola Aqua 2021, farmers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to one and all. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to this annual workshop. The virtual national workshop, Chola Aqua, stands by its name as it perpetuates the contributions and innovations undertaken in the Cholamandalam region, encompassing the aquaculture producing districts such as Nagapattinam, Tnjfu, Tiruvarur, Mayiladuthurai, Tiruchirappalli, Pudukkottai, and Perambalur. We, Fisheries College and Research Institute, Thalainyru, located in this premier location of Cholamandalam, organize this workshop every year to showcase the aquaculture business in this region and also to enlighten our farmers on the essentials of the current aquaculture practices. The theme of this workshop is self-sufficient aquaculture, prism of possibilities in the present and future, aim to brush upon a spectrum of strategies and challenges on attaining self-sufficiency in aquaculture and its importance in Indian aquaculture. We are grateful to the chief guest of our program, Dr. J.K. Janasa, for having instantly accepted our request for sharing the precious time and for making his presence in the workshop. Thank you, sir. I extend my sincere welcome to Dr. J.K. Janasa, Deputy Director General of Fisheries Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi. Welcome, sir. I am glad to welcome our respected Vice Chancellor, sir. Sir is the great and constant source of inspiration, support, and guidance for all of us. I extend a warm welcome to our Vice Chancellor. Welcome, sir. I am pleased to welcome all the university officers of our university to this workshop. Welcome, sir. It gives me immense happiness in welcoming the expert speakers of the program. Dr. P.K. Pandey, sir, Dean College of Fisheries, Agartala, Tripura. Mr. B. Ravi Kumar, General Manager Technical, Grovel Fields, Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Vijay Anand, Senior Consultant, US Soybean Export Council. And Mr. Ishwar Dev Anand, CEO, Farm Hub Services, Visakhapatnam. Thank you, sir, for accepting our request to be the resource persons of this national workshop. On behalf of the organizing team and participants, we welcome you all to Chola Aqua 2021. Welcome, sir. There are 3 in-house experts who are going to share their experience towards the prism of possibilities for self-sufficient aquaculture. Dr. Adityan, Professor and Head, Department of Aquaculture, Fisheries College and Research Institute, Thuthukudi. Dr. T. Anand, Assistant Professor, College of Fisheries Engineering, Nagapattinam. And Dr. Menaga, Assistant Professor, Fisheries College and Research Institute, Thalainyru. A warm welcome to all the in-house experts. I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the staff of Fisheries College and Research Institute, Thalainyru, for their sincere hard work, and I am sure this program will be a great success. It is an opportune moment to refurbish and debate upon the theme with our esteemed delegates and I request all the participants to have their active participation. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone once again to this national workshop. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And this is the time for inaugurating the session. So I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tnjfu, Dr. G. Sukumar, sir, to deliver the inaugural address. This is over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm indeed very glad to be associated with the virtual national workshop on self-sufficient aquaculture, PRISM of possibilities in the present and future, this day on the 11th January 2021. So this is one of the first of our programs in this new year. So I take this opportunity to wish everybody a very happy new year. At the outset, I'm pleased to welcome, once again on my part, the chief guest of this workshop, Dr. J.K. Jana, Deputy Director General Fisheries, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi, who has been a strength to the fisheries fraternity. Welcome you, sir. My special regards to you. And also, I welcome all the eminent speakers in Dr. P.K. Pandey, our friend and Dean, College of Fisheries, CAU, Agartala, Mr. B. Ravikumar, General Manager, Global Feeds Private Limited, Dr. P. Vijay Anand, another well-known person in fisheries fraternity, Senior Consultant of the US Soybean Export Council, and Mr. Ishwar Devanand, the CEO of Farm Hub Services, Visakhapatnam. It's a real pleasure that to observe that Dr. MGR Fisheries College and Research Institute, Talenayiru, Nagapatnam district, has made all planning well in organizing this national workshop through virtual mode. Chola Aqua is an annual event of the Tnjfu since 2018. As this event is being organized in this part of Chola Mandalam, the region once part of the Chola Kingdom, the name Chola Aqua was given by our former Vice Chancellor. So fisheries and aquaculture constitute an important economic activity with a vast potential for sustainability and exploiting a wide variety of inland and marine fisheries resources in the country. Fisheries with an annual production of 13.7 million metric tons, about 7.3% in the global share, and the export earnings of almost 46,600 crores contribute significantly to our economy, accounting for 1.24% of gross value added and 7.28% to the agricultural GAV. Currently, there is a shift in emphasis from captive fisheries to culture-based fisheries, and from semi-intensive to intensive aquaculture, and from empirical farming to knowledge-based farming, driven mostly by consumer demand, which necessitates for increased productivity. When the government of India launched the Blue Revolution project with an outlay of 3,000 crores in December 2015, the productivity of aquaculture was only 2.2 tons per hectare, which became 3.3 in about 4 years. This has to become at least 5 tons per hectare if we are to meet the target of 22 million metric tons envisaged in 2024-25. Self-sustainability and self-sufficiency are overlapping states of being in which a person or organization or a sector needs little or no dependency on others. However, interaction with others in a healthy way would be inevitable. Current approaches to sustainability and self-sufficiency are increasingly seen as being suboptimal because decision-making processes of governments, businesses, and individuals lack a holistic systems perspective. Initiatives to address one challenge have led to unintended trade-offs resulting in other challenges. To achieve the goal of sustainability and self-sufficiency, we need to have a holistic approach and develop strategies based on the geographical locations and resource availability. In the above context, government has been implementing some key projects on emerging and innovative areas such as cage culture, recirculatory aquaculture systems, biofloc technology, quality seed production, value chain development, and post-harvest loss reduction, primarily aiming at environmental sustainability, ensuring supply of certified inputs in the form of feed, seed, and other inputs, better management practices, traceability, hygienic handling, processing and value addition in a certified plant, shipping and delivery of wholesome products to consumers, among others. The Government of India approved the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana with an estimated investment of 20,050 crores spreading over 5 years, laying emphasis on bringing Blue Revolution through sustainable and responsible development of fisheries sector in India by addressing critical gaps in fish production, productivity, quality, technology, post-harvest infrastructure and management, modernization and strengthening of value chain, traceability, establishing a robust fisheries management framework, and fishers' welfare. Under these circumstances, it is necessary to find ways and means to achieve self-sufficiency and self-sustainability in aquaculture, especially during this COVID-19 pandemic situations. As of now, suitable areas for freshwater aquaculture are shrinking, with the restrictions imposed in water spread meant primarily for irrigation to agriculture. Some of the states have innovatively ventured in concepts like farm ponds, where integrated aquaculture is promoted to increase the income of farmers besides managing the water requirements efficiently. Availability of fish seeds at right seasons is an area of concern that needs to be addressed. In order to popularize aquaculture, cost-effective, efficient feeds are to be made available. Our university is also in the process of promoting it through a couple of feed mills established in our premises. Through our extension programs, farmers and entrepreneurs are encouraged to venture into cage farming, intensive farming, adopting RAS, biofloc, and IMTA technologies. These initiatives are carried out through our centers of sustainable aquaculture, besides all our institutes located in about 14 different locations across the state. We are also in the process of establishing incubation centers to handhold aspirants in several fisheries enterprises. A platform like this workshop is an excellent opportunity for farmers, entrepreneurs, scientists, and students to interact with the eminent personalities in their respective fields and gain broader perspective on many current issues in the aquaculture sector. Our university tries to propagate the idea of innovation and research at every level of their learning process, and hope this workshop is a perfect opportunity for all to gain from the inputs and deliberations to happen. I extend my best wishes to all the participants and the organizing committee, particularly the Dean, Dr. S. Balasundari, and her team of young faculty staff, the co-convener, Dr. S. Adithan, and the organizing secretary, Dr. Menaga, for their good planning and execution of this workshop. I'm really honored to inaugurate this workshop and wish this a great success. Thank you for the opportunity, and over to the organizers.
Thank you, sir, for inaugurating the session. Now I invite Dr. J.K. Jana, Deputy Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi, to deliver the chief guest address. This is over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Sukumar,
Good morning, sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Tnjfu, Dr. Balasundari, Dean of the Esteemed College. I do understand you have deans of several other colleges joining in this platform. I find the panel of experts, rather speakers, Dr. Pandey, Dr. Ravi Kumar, Dr. Vijayanand, Dr. Devanand, whom I know over years. So it would be a good opportunity to listen some of them definitely. Fellow colleagues, dignitaries, officials from the department, faculties, and students, farmer friends. Good morning. First of all, I wish you a happy and prosperous New Year 2021. First of all, again, thank you, Dr. Sukumar and Dr. Balasundari, for inviting me to join in this platform New Year. It is a wonderful occasion to meet all of you again, though virtually. But COVID has taught us several new things. This has become new normal, all of us know. Friends, Dr. Sukumar has spoken about the expectations, where we stand in fisheries and all. I don't like to repeat all those. All of us know the sector, how it has grown. All the time we take pride whenever those who are working in the fisheries, we take pride all the time to say the growth rate, how much fold growth, how much export, and so on and so forth. Yes, we need to celebrate, definitely. If we have done well, we must celebrate, we must cheer, we must convey to others, but at the same time, we must introspect. As Dr. Sukumar told, the challenge before us are manifold. 22 million ton in just another 5 years is not an easy task. It would be a Herculean task. For example, scoring 60% mark, 70% mark, and nowadays 90% marks may be easy, but adding one more mark, 91, 92 and all are difficult. Last 70 years, whatever we have achieved growth in case of aquaculture, we are discussing on aquaculture. So maybe whatever 8-9 million ton, what we say, All those happened because of our hard work of our years. Now, adding a little more would be not easy. It would be difficult, definitely. On one front, yes, target before us to production, it is not only the quantity of production. We need to see whether do we have the market, do you have the consumer, how do you sell, how do you provide, how our value chain works. All those are so important. I'm sure Dr. Vijayanand and Dr. Devanand would be speaking on all those. Today, the major challenge before us is not the quantity of production, probably. It is the market, whether the market can absorb that. That is so important. Go to any of the market, for example, a small retail market. For example, daily 100 kilo fish comes, but next day 200 kilo fish, if you take to that market, the price will come down like 20% that time. So it is a perishable product, all of us know. We will not be able to keep all those like other cereals and all, pulses and all. So we need to see at the same time. So it is necessary for us to have introspection all the time. We need to draw our perspective. We need to have strategies, roadmap, and programs. Our programs should be based on whatever the knowledge level we have. So important, but we take pride, definitely. Those who are in fisheries, we take pride. We have grown so much. Even the importance of fish, people have realized today. When we were in childhood, when ABCD we used to learn, we used to say F for pen. But today children read F for fish. That is the difference it has been made. We need to take again from fish to again good fish as a good food or fantastic food or a favorite food. So that has to come. We need to take to fish to that level. As Dr. Sukumar was talking today, we have come over from the input-based farming to some sort of a knowledge-based farming. That is what he talked of also. Whether it is cage culture, raceways, or the biofloc we are speaking, all based on the knowledge with so much of scientific knowledge involved. Of course, there has been, we'll be discussing, I am sure, during this half a day morning session. Friends, we know this, when you talk of aquaculture, we know the at present status. We have come from the carp farming, polyculture, carp-based polyculture to some sort of a catfish farming, whether it is pangasius and so forth, then pacu, shrimp in case of coastal aquaculture. Nowadays, we are talking of cobia, pompano, snapper, grouper, or sivas in case of mariculture. All those things are we have been talking of, from pond-based farming to again cage farming in the open waters to again land-based farming in what we talk of RAS and biofloc-based system. But when you talk of strategies, what is the strategies at present? What would be our strategies? Yes, increasing production, productivity would remain as a mainstay, but at the same time, our challenges are manifold. As I told, if we want to sow fish as a good food, fish as a fantastic food, then we need to talk of quality, safety are so important today. That is what is the major concern at present. When you go to the market, probably we don't like to the one side of the market where fish are sold. People say it is stinking, those places. So we need to see that those places are also a favorite place for the people to visit, if not they like to purchase. When you talk of our strategy also, besides production, productivity, quality, and safety, species diversification, which we have been talking all the time. It is not today, we have been talking last 50 years, we have been talking of species diversification. And we have met success, quite a good success in developing technology, protocol, packages of practices of many. But probably many have not gone to the places where it need to be. Whether it is diversified minor medium carps or several catfishes, diversified other species, whether it is marels and so forth, in brachycephalids, whether it is sea bass, chanos, or mullet, in recent years. Again, in the maricles, as I told, several new species we have been able to have. We are talking of tilapia, not today, last 20 years we have been able to talk of tilapia. We say that if it is not for the domestic prawn, it is for export. Yes, it is an exportable commodity, but probably we have not able to encase much. When you talk of again the diversified species, we need to we have a host of a big shopping list with us, but which one and where, so important. If some species, for example, gonias is available or most preferred, or pengua is more preferred in the northeast, it is not necessary that even we do in Andhra Pradesh and send it to northeast. Probably we need to have a different strategy. If morels are important for the southern, your Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, and so forth, they're not necessary that we should be farming in some other places in the bringing. So it is very much necessary that we strategize which species, when we are targeting 22 million tons. That is what I say. When we target for future, if not for next 5 years, next 10 years, 20 years, we need to have a long-term strategy, which species, where, and how much the state can absorb. Or we do understand that we have a good transport chain, everything is fine. But if it can be grown, if some fishes can be sold in the live, today even the calves, most of the places people like to prefer purchasing calf in live form. So you cannot think of live fish transporting from somewhere in the south to the north, definitely not. If we like to provide live fish, so we need to talk of producing in that same region itself. We are talking of, for example, RAS and bioflux. Last 2-3 years, all of us, probably we are speaking less. Those who are in the scientific department or in the universities, we are talking less of RAS and bioflux, but these two words are more common in the I would say those who are not associated with fisheries. Every day, at least a half a dozen phone call I get that they need some advice, some consultant, some experts who can support them in the RAS and bioflux. So it is our earnest duty also and responsibility, rather I say. Those are very good technology, absolutely no issue, absolutely no, there is no doubt about the technology as a scientific technology. But at the same time, we need to, when we convey the farmers, when we take this technology to the farmers, we should also tell them the real strength and weakness, the issues, the problems they may encounter during the process of farming. It is very much necessary for us to convey that. If you talk of today, the farming undertaken by in the RS and bioflux, you will find 90% of these entrepreneurs are non-fisheries entrepreneurs. They never have been involved in the fisheries and aquaculture over the years, because there has been good amount of rather funding support is available, there is subsidies available. Some entrepreneur, and there has been a hype also. There is, I would rather say hype, that it is a money-making machine. That is what people think. This bioflux and RS, it is a money-making because only in the 1 tank, 2 tank on the rooftop or the backyard you can mint money. It is not like that. Probably we need to convey this to the farmers. As I told, I am not trying to discourage or anything. Fantastic technology, as I told, but we need to talk to the people. These are not the technology for the low value species like probably pangasius and or even the tilapia. Where tilapia you sell at $1.50 per kilo. People say how other people are minting money. Same tilapia, when you do farming in the Israel, you sell at $7 to $8 per kilo. Whereas the same tilapia we sell at $1.50 in India. The market, that is what is important. People say, okay, it is exportable commodity. Yes, exportable. If we will be able to export tomorrow at $5, definitely it will be a wonderful technology. There are people who are making money, definitely, with the tilapia, with the pangasius. I have discussed with few of them, but the selling price of the pangasius they do at 200, 250 rupees. They have a niche market. They have a real customers who are already built in. But this is not a technology. Every rural, day before yesterday, I got a call from a retired principal secretary of some state. Telling that for livelihood development in the rural front, they want to have biofloc technology as a food security mission like program. I told them this is not a technology that you can take to every rural places where you have power cut for 6 to 8 hours per day during summer. You need a constant power supply. You need to have high investment. Cost of production becomes high. The species like katla or a carp or other catfish like pangas, probably not a good species. So probably you think of marels or maybe singi or magur, so and so forth. Or in the marine front, yes, definitely it would be a good, especially if you are going for grouper or some of the high value species, as I told. So probably when we take this technology, it is very much necessary for us to speak about every intricacies of the technology. I'm sure you know much better than me. Cage culture, yes, it has been grown, and we foresee a huge prospect in case of cage culture, because most of our water bodies we have not been able to exploit to the level, the reservoirs, you talk of reservoirs or in the coastal waters, we have a huge scope, all of us know. As we have been talking, the critical inputs, what are those 2-3 things are so important. Dr. Sukumar also touched, the critical seed has been a critical input for all the time. It is not today, from the day one itself. We say that we are self-sufficient, 50 billion, that is what figure we get, 50 billion of fry production, we are self-sufficient. But which species and where? It is only 1, 2, 3 states who are producing the bulk. Rest other places it need to be transported in fry or spawn, then again grown. They are mostly Indian major crops or few of them. We say that we have not that over these years we have a host of species, more than 60 species where breeding protocol have been available. But as I told, probably we need to go to the region. We need to again divide the country based on the consumer preference, depending on the potential water resources available, and making them a cluster so that we take few of those species to those places, focusing on that. For example, people give example, okay, we need to diversify in the coastal aquaculture. Definitely, all of us understand shrimp is not, we have been depending only single species vanami. Probably it is time for us to take other species, finfish, whether they sea bass or mullet or milkfish. We have been talking. Over years of effort, why again hatcheries? Seed has been a major problem, no hatcheries. Why hatcheries are not there? Then question comes, probably technology. Okay, technology, if it is not there, you bring from other places, why not? Okay, we bring from other place, but still entrepreneurs are not there, because you have 500, for example, 500 plus shrimp hatcheries. You know that if I start a hatchery or for shrimp today, next year I will be able to produce as much as quantity of seed. But if I want to start a hatchery of sea bass or cobia or pompano, just to get a brood stock, I need about 4 to 5 years to raise the brood stock itself. So it is not the easiness all the time. Why people are investing in the carp hatchery? It is because easy. Just inject. If you don't inject also, so people say if you just inject water, it will breed. So it has become so easy. This does not happen in whether morels or Clarius buttercup or Clarius magur. You have to dissect all those things. Problem. All of us need to understand the problem. So probably in incentivization, I don't say that, probably we need to have a strategy, a roadmap, which species, where, And incentivization need not be blanket. It need to be need-based. Yes, this cluster, we need this species, so incentivization can be higher, maybe 60% for those species. Other species, carp, if somebody want to grow only carp, no incentive. It need not be blanket. If you want to facilitate something, probably we need to incentivize more. We cannot make equal for everything, 30%, 40%, or 60%. I do not know. This is my personal view. Again, we know the strategies. Not that one is diversification. We have been talking of, for example, carp. In spite of the fact that we have been talking of diversification, still carp is a mainstay. Will remain as a mainstay, because you cannot change the consumer preference just overnight. There may be niche market, there may be a food, preference change. Maybe people like to have fast food and all, where carp may not be preferred. But still, some of the states where fish are the major food items, whether it is West Bengal, Northeast, Odisha, Bihar, and so forth, carp has been the mainstay, will remain the mainstay. So we need to probably give equal focus on carp, and when we give focus on carp, we need to understand what is the major challenges in the carp sector. We know we have been talking of inbreeding depression over years. The jump plasm exchange program, we have not been able to exchange the brood stock over the years. So brood bank facilities, one brood bank in a country like India, is it enough? When you are talking of 3,000 plus carp hatchery all around the country, probably we need to have a chain of a number of brood banks supplying the seed or germplasm every now and then, whether it is a selective bred one or a higher growth performance one, the stock from the river, whatever the strategy. I've been talking of selective breeding program, whether it is only rohu or katla recent years or in the freshwater prawn. Probably country like India, we need to have a massive program on selective breeding. It is a long-term program. All of us know it is not the 1 day, 2 day activity. We need to have a long-term strategy for 10 years, 20 years for single species. So more partners need to be joining, and a different strategy we need to have. We are talking of seed availability in terms of quantity all the time, number, but size, we know the size of the stocking size, whether rearlings, fingerlings, and so forth, but or stunted fingerlings, all this terminology we have been using, but in the real sense, probably the availability in different spaces has been a major constant. We know all those things. For example, in the mariculture front, Government of India has been giving focus at present, for example, seaweed farming with the Kappa ficus and so forth. But we have to go a long way. One is changing. We are again focusing on fishermen. Changing from fisherman to a fish farmer. It is not easy. It is one day. I know many things, but adopting this, for example, people like professional like us, we know this technology is, or this XYZ are good technology, we can mint money. But how many of us, if not during our professional career, how many of us after our retirement are changing to professionals or farmers? Probably very few. Why not? If we have adequate knowledge on this, we know this technology is perfectly fine and give us money. Why we will not invest the gratuity money what we get, dig some pond or bioflux system, and we are not starting? How many of us are doing? It is not many people like to have a simple, why unnecessary going to mud and all. So it is a perception change will take time. I don't say that it will not happen. It takes time. If we want to do overnight things, it is difficult. So it need to be a steady pace. We need to probably proceed. I was talking about the hatchery system, so we need to have again strategy, long-term strategy, which species which are so important. We know one of the major constraints which will face definitely. We are facing in many places water. We have been talking of water productivity. We have been talking of water use efficiency, use and reuse of water. In this context, probably the technology like RAS and biofloc will be important technologies to push through. But this technology are the technology in the peri-urban areas and so forth, probably more relevant. But in the village front, in the rural front, probably we need to have different strategies, because the same water to be used for different purposes. How do we effectively use, whether the budgeting aspects and all we have been talking all the time. Feed and all so important. I won't speak because Dr. Vijayanand all the time, my good friend, have been speaking on feed, on different sort of formulated feed, floating feed and all. He has better experience over the years. Last 30 years, he has been trying to take the knowledge to the people over the years, and he has been able to successful to good extent. But over the years, we have been, when we are talking of feed, we know we are talking today, it's not only the carps or shrimps. We have been talking of diversified species for mariculture, diversified species for brachywater aquaculture. So we need to be talking of the feed for the different life stages of different species. So this has to be continuous work over the years. We know the issues of fish meal. We have been talking how it can be replaced, but we need to be working in a continuous basis on this. For example, the simple thing, today we are giving emphasis on ornamental fish, for example. Total feed of ornamental are imported. Just 50 gram, 100 gram feed, just you try to calculate per kilo what will the price, 2,000 rupees, 4,000 rupees, 5,000 rupees per kilo. Probably not the formulation. We have got enough formulation. It is the feed technology or the industry or the machineries which counts more. Probably, I'm sure few have come over last few years, 2-3 years. There has been some development happening, but I foresee probably in coming days there will be more industries, small entrepreneurs will be joining hands in this endeavor. One of the major concern over the years has been the, am I taking more time? Maybe another 2-3 minutes I will close. Friends, we have a major concern before us is the disease threat. All of us realize only after COVID, probably everybody realizes the importance of the health. Today, every child or anyone in the rural front or anywhere in the globe, they know about the PPE. What is the PPE? They know about mask. They know about quarantine. The word which probably many of us it was difficult to pronounce. Quarantine, transboundary movement, all those things anybody speaks today. So everybody aware about diagnostics, vaccines. So in this front, same is the problem in case of the fish, or even the today. Last few days, everybody is concerned about the poultry issues. We know the issues of WSSP. We know the issues of US, in spite of the fact that 30 years have gone. In case of US, for example, till today, this has remained a major problem in case of freshwater fish. We know the problem of Argulas, for example. Still, we have not been able to have a some formulation which will overcome the issues of Argulas infection. EHP has been problem, white fecal disease, and so forth. All of you know. And recent years again, since last 2 years, tilapia lake virus, for so dreaded disease. Fortunately, we have been able to protect to good extent HPND. We are lucky in that. We have seen the devastation it has caused in some of the Southeast Asian countries, but we have been really fortunate. But all the time, this for example, DIV1, Capodoida virus 1, which is knocking at our door all the time. 6 months back, when we got the report, immediately we had a consultation, but we are prepared. We have started including this surveillance program on DIV1 also. Under the NASPAD program, National Disease Surveillance Program, which is undergoing. But in the second phase of the program, we expect that more people, State Fishery Department, more stakeholders would join in this program, and we will be taking this. We should be able to take these challenges, bringing more emergency response system in place, having more capacity building in case of transboundary disease, bringing more referral laboratories for level 3 diagnosis, giving early warning systems. All those has to be included when we are talking of the future aquaculture. As I told, we need to provide not only quality, not only good fish to everybody, or good quantity of fish to everybody. That is what we told a few years back. We used to say fish for all. But that fish should be quality and safe fish for all. This should be major concern for all of us. So good management practices so important. Bringing HACCP in every level of farming, packaging, transportation, market, everything is important. And at the end of the day, it is not if we are talking of entrepreneurs, we are targeting a farmers. You want to speak to a farmers, it is not that how much we say that how much production you get, 3 ton, 5 ton, I will give you a technology 10 ton or 15 ton or 20 ton. Today we say Pangasius farming, some of the farmers are getting 80 tons. In India itself, 80 tons in the pond systems, leave about the raceways and other raceways and 300, 400 tons. So it is not the tonnage. Whenever you asked to say a foreigner, Israel, we give example every time Israel. We say that they are getting to maybe 500 tons, or Vietnam so much tonnage. All the time we speak about the tonnage. It is not the tonnage important, at the how much dollar or how much money you get. If you want to a farmer to grow, how much money is important, how much profit he gets. It is not the gross, it is the net money. Vis-a-vis investment, I am investing something, we say depreciation, all those bank interest. At the end of the day, deducting everything, how much money I get at the end of the day, that is more important. It is not that I am in my recurring expenditure is 1 lakh, I am getting 2 lakh, so 1 lakh profit, 100% profit. But back of that, we need to also understand how much I have invested, how much interest rate I am getting, or if my investment I got 40%, 50% subsidy. That's why I have been. If I don't get subsidy, then whether I will be making money. So all those are important. I'm sure this whole day you will be discussing on everything. Sincere greetings to each one of you. Dr. Sukumar, thank you very much. Dr. Balusundari, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to be with you and share my thought. I would have loved to listen to all the speakers, but I have to take a flight to somewhere else. So that's why I requested Dr. Balusundari that I will not be able to stay for a long time, but sometime I will be there. Sometime I will be there and like to listen to all of you. Thank you very much. A sincere greetings to each one of you. I'm sure 2021 would be a better year than last year. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good wishes and thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
So much. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing valuable information with us. Now, this is the time to share some of the releases held during this event at the Dr. MGR FC&RI, Thalinairu. This is a souvenir release of Chola Aqua 2021. It has been released by our Honorable Vice Chancellor and received by our beloved Dean. And the copy of the e-souvenir will be circulated to all the participants along with the certificates in the end of the workshop. And the souvenir includes contents given by the speakers of inside and outside the university. So this is a video clipping of the souvenir release. So next is inauguration of Fisheries Business Startup Cell at Dr. N.J. Fisheries College Research Institute, Thalinairu. So this is the objective of the Fisheries Business Startup Cell. Fine. Sorry for the interruption. So objectives of the fisheries business startup cells are to promote fisheries business startups for the generation of job opportunities, to improve the scalability and growth of fisheries and aquaculture sectors, and to act as an institutional mechanism for providing various services, including technical information to building entrepreneurs, hand-holding and assistance in pilot scale and scaling up of successful ventures, to promote better linkages between the institutes, industries, and R&D institutions in the region and other related organizations engaged in promoting fisheries enterprises, including NGOs and other voluntary organizations. And then to respond effectively to the emerging challenges and opportunities, both at all the levels relating to fisheries enterprises. So this is the clippings of inauguration. So this is a virtual advisory system for fisheries stakeholders. So this is a video. So next one is signing of memorandum of understanding with Progressive Fish and Shrimp Farmer. So Shivanila Fish Farm, Mailadurai, our fisheries graduate, his name is Mr. S.P. Saravanan. So he's a fish farmer with having 30 years of experience in carp farming, sea bass farming, and gift tilapia farming practice, and farm facilities at Melmarvuttur village and Peralam with a total area of 6 hectares, and operating the farm successfully with a yield of 2 tons per acre per year and grow out ponds, and while 2 to 4 lakhs fingerlings per year in nursery ponds. So this is the signing moment. So Bharat Aqua Farm is the second farm, and it is located at Sadayangotagam, Keelvelur, Nagapatnam. His name is Durai Arasan. So he's a progressive shrimp farmer with 21 years of vast experience in anami farming, and he's running a 7-hectare area pond and operating the shrimp farm successfully with a yield of 4 tons per acre per crop. So this is the signing moment. So thank you. So I think now everyone is ready for listening the technical session. So now the technical session is on. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the question box in your control panel. Then I'll be bringing them up during the end of each presentation. It's my immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Pramod Kumar Pandey, Dean, College of Fisheries, Central Agriculture University, Impal, Agartala, Tripura. He have done his PhD in Central Institute of Fisheries Education, Mumbai in the year 2002, and his journey of experience is from field supervisor to senior demonstrator to senior scientist. And he was working as a senior scientist for 3 years, and then as a principal scientist, and then as a dean now in Central Agriculture University, Impal, Agartala, Tripura. And he has operated 15 research projects, and also he have more than 50 research publications. So on behalf of our institute, I welcome you, sir, for delivering a talk on significant self-sufficient aquaculture strategies adopted in northeastern states. This is over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please remove your presentation so that I can start.
Sure, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. Welcome. Most respected Dr. J.K. Jaina sir, DDG Fisheries Science, ICR New Delhi. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sugumaran, Dean, Dr. Bal Sundari, all the resource persons, faculty members, students, farmer friends. It's my proud privilege to be here, and I'm really thankful to the Vice Chancellor as well as Dean for inviting me to be associated with this very important program, that is the annual program. So just please give me 1 minute so that I can start my presentation. Whether my presentation is visible?
No, sir.
Not yet.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. उमेश खत्री को तुरंत बुलाओ जल्दी.
Sir, it is visible.
It is visible.
Yep.
Is it
And you
visible
can-
now?
Yes, it is visible. You can put it in the slide show mode.
Thank
Yeah,
you, sir.
now- Yes.
So once again, good morning to everybody. So I'm going to talk about the significant self-sufficient aquaculture strategies adopted in northeastern states. So as we all know that northeastern states comprises of 8 states, which is located in the remote corner of the country. And fisheries is one of the important activity which is happening in this part of the country. So just I would like to take you what are the different resources so that we can understand, because as I believe that most of us do not understand about the Northeast India except those who have visited this place. It is entirely different kind of topography. So as we all know that it's a sunrise sector, and it is well recognized, as it was pointed out by Honorable DDG, that we are getting a lot of credit for increasing the fish productions, and there are around 2,500 fish species. Out of that, 930 are freshwater, 1570 are marine, as far as country is concerned, and fish production is around 13.42 million metric ton as per the statistics of 2019 Government of India, which is supposed to be taken to the higher level, which is a very Herculean task, but it is not beyond our control. We can achieve with concerted efforts. And when it comes to the contribution to global fish production, it is 6.3%, and we rank second, and its contribution in agriculture GDP is 6.58%. Total exports earning are somewhere around $6.73 billion, which is to be taken again at a higher level. A target has been fixed under the Prime Minister Matsya Sampada Yojana. And export earnings are 5% of total and 19% of the agriculture. Let me tell you here, it's a matter of great pride for all of us. As far as agriculture exports are concerned from the country, seafood export is the highest, that is having the first place. Now coming to the Northeast India, so as already I told that there are 80 states, and in terms of area, it occupies 8% of India's geographical boundary. And I have just tried to show here the location. Earlier it was 7 states, so it was being called 7 sisters. Later on, Sikkim has been added to this. So now it is called 7 sisters and 1 brother. And it occupies around 3.4% of the land, which is used for agriculture, and more than 66.1% is covered by the forest. So it is deeply covered by the forest. And we have all sorts of the climate, that is alpine, subtropic and tropic. And annual rainfall is of very good, that is 2068 millimeter. And around 5 crores people are staying in this part of the country. And in the country, we have around 450 types of the tribes. Out of that, 225 tribes are found in this part of the country. And around 95%, roughly, it is somewhere around 90 to 95% population in this region are fish eaters. So that is a good thing, which gives us the opportunity to increase the fish production. And it's a biodiversity hotspot, it is well known. Actually, 2 biodiversity hotspots are here. One is this Eastern Himalayan region, another one is Indo-Burman biodiversity hotspots. So it is biodiversity hotspots for fish, fauna, plant, many things are there. And it is the second largest hotspot in the world after Mediterranean basin. A good number of bird species are also found. In the country, we find around 1,200 bird species. Out of that, 836 are found in this part. In terms of the forest also, there are 51 types of the forest which are found, and flowering plants 8,000 out of 15,000 which is existing in the country. Out of 9 vegetation types of India, 6 are in any regions. So this is the kind of biodiversity hotspot this place is there. Here I have tried to show it with 2 colors. The light green color is Eastern Himalayan part, and dark green color is Indo-Burman biodiversity hotspots. When it comes to the fisheries, most importantly, we need to understand what are the water resources of Northeast India. So the major drainage systems are Barak and Brahmaputra. Another one is the Kaladan and the Chindwin-Irrawaddy drainage. When it comes to Barak and Brahmaputra, that is mainly occupying the Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Meghalaya, and so on. When it comes to Kaladan and Chindwin-Irrawaddy drainage, that is the places like Mizoram, then some part of Manipur, which is being covered. While it is dominated by the Brahmaputra-Barak subsystem, I have tried to show the different kind of the river system which is crisscrossing this part of the country. They have a good number of reservoirs also. Altogether, we have around 13 reservoirs, which is varying in their sizes and production also. And large number of reservoirs are there in Meghalaya, then Assam, and Loktak Lake of Manipur is very popular and well known to most of us. This is the major lakes of Northeast India. That is again 8 in numbers, where I was talking about the Loktak Lake, which is located in Manipur. Here we can see this Fumdi kind of round kind of structure which is formed, which is used for the fishing purpose. And the last one, that is the Rudra Sagar, we can see that is a very beautiful lake located in the state of Tripura. Then again, there are we have tried altogether to characterize how many reservoirs are there, what are the places where it is found, and this is in terms of all India, how many reservoirs I have tried to give in the map. Then fish diversity, as we are mainly concerned with the first fish biodiversity of Northeast India. So different people have given the different kind of the estimates, and once our people sat together and we tried to put together whatever number of fish species which has been characterized by the different scientists and researchers over the period of time. The maximum species which is characterized by Goswami et al., that was around 422. But when we have taken the species which has been characterized by the different researchers, whether it is indigenous or exotic, it has turned out to be 479 fish species which are found in this part. And then again, N.V.Sujathkumar has carried out some work during our present DDG's tenure, wherein they have characterized 265 ornamental fishes, 143 fishes which are having the value of food fish, and 71 fish species are having both ornamental as well as food value fishes. And as per one information, it is 133 are endemic fishes. In fact, we as a college are also working, and so far we have characterized using the taxonomic as well as the molecular technology around 300 plus species so far. Still work is going on. And as per IUCN and some work done by N.V.Sujathkumar Lucknow, 110 species are found to be threatened, 2 are critically endangered, 33 endangered, 44 vulnerable, 31 nearly threatened. In commercial importance of fishes in Northeast India, so as already I told that in terms of ornamental fishes, it is 265, that is constituting 55%. Then 15% of having the ornamental as well as food value, and 30% are food value fishes. And this is the distribution given by the state-wise as per Goswami et al. 2010. Then Assam is having around 180 ornamental fishes, Arunachal 159, Meghalaya 136, Manipur 183, Mizoram 105, Sikkim 99, Tripura 98. N.V.Sujathkumar had again taken some efforts wherein they have asked all the states to declare their state fish, and the state fish I have described here. Tripura, the state fish is Ompak bimaculatus, which is called as Pabda, which is one of the important fish for the aquaculture. People prefer over here, and its market price is somewhere around 400 to 500 rupees kg. Especially the people of Tripura as well as Assam, they prefer this fish like anything. Then in Sikkim, the Sygothorax richardsoni, that is the snow trout, is the state fish. Its production is very less, but they do produce. In Meghalaya, it is the chocolate mahasir, N.V.Sujathkumar hexagonal office, which is the state fish. And then it comes to Manipur, where the pengba is one of the important fish, and many of you will be surprised to know that pengba's minimum price is rupees 600 per kg in the state of Manipur. That is fixed by the government of Manipur. At times it sells up to 1200 rupees per kg also. And as a college, we have developed its breeding protocol as well as culture protocol. Once upon a time, it was a threatened species as per IUCN, but now it is being practiced in the aquaculture. And recently we have propagated its culture in Tripura also. People have started. The impact has to be seen whether it goes further or will it not. Because as it is pointed out again by our Honorable DDG, that fish preference differs from locality to locality and place to place. In Arunachal Pradesh, it is the Torpitutora, that is the golden mahasir, and in the state of Nagaland, the state fish is again chocolate mahasir, that is N.V.Sujathkumar hexagonal opus. Fish production in Northeast India, we can see there is a continuous growth, which is increasing day by day. And you can see that potential for fish production from the open water resources is estimated to be 1,39,846 tons. And fish production is 470,000 tons as per 2017-18. Demand gap is around 2 lakh tons. And this 2 lakh ton is coming either from the state of Andhra Pradesh, or for that matter, even some fishes are coming from Bangladesh as well as Myanmar. And here I have tried to give the state-wise fish production, that how it goes. Assam is the highest fish producer, as it is having the largest area also, that is 3,27,000 ton. Then Sikkim is having the lowest production, that is around 1,000 ton only. When it comes to the productivity, Tripura is giving the highest, that is around 3,300 kg per hectare per year. This is the comparison of fish production in any states with that of India, how they are performing. So you can see for every year we have tried to give here in the graph we have shown where does this Northeast stands. And when we try to compare in the Northeast itself, that how much fish is being produced. So as already I told you, Assam is producing the maximum, that is 70% fish production is coming from Assam, followed by Tripura, one of the smallest state, that is 60%, because here we have mainly the Bengali population, which love the fish, and almost everybody is having small or big ponds in front of their house or backside of their house, and they are culturing. And the least production is coming from the Sikkim, that is almost negligible. Arunachal Pradesh is also contributing only 1%. If you take the whole of Northeast as one cluster. Then fish consumption, if you see in Northeast India, so that is another, please look this graph. Of course, this is an old figure. Now, just few days back, we had the data released by Government of India, wherein the state of Tripura, now the fish consumption per capita has gone up to 29.29 kg per hectare, which is one of the highest in the country. Followed by next highest in the country is Manipur, where it has gone 14.14 kg per capita. So the strategy which we are adopting is also working to some extent, but still we have to go a long way because still there is a gap between the demand and supply. And when I say in Tripura it is 29.29, so Tripura is a very small state actually. So its impact may not be that much if we take country as a whole. So therefore we are importing the fish. We call it import when even if it is coming from Andhra Pradesh and other places, it does not mean it is coming from other country only. So here I have tried to give the information state-wise that how much is being brought from the other states or from other country. So there is a gap, clear-cut gap. And even the other day we were calculating the potentiality, if it is exploited even in a conventional manner, then also another 4 lakh ton can be produced from their own resources. And the government, different state governments, as well as we as a college, we are trying to fit in their plan of a scheme so that we can try to produce that much, as much is the requirement of the northeastern states, so that they get the good fish as well as they save the money which is going out of the northeastern place. And with this Prime Minister Matsya Sampada Yojana, hopefully will be in position to do something little more. Then resource wise, I have tried to give it that what is the status. Riverine fisheries, if you see, so production potential as per the CIFRI 2018 is somewhere around 14,142 tons. And already I told you that these are the 2 major river systems, one is Brahmaputra and Barak river system, another is Tnjfu rivers. And there is a lot water bodies other than riverine system, that is beels, reservoirs, lakes, which needs special attention. Here the rivers are also quite different. We can see it is a hilly valley. It is unlike the mainland of the country. The reservoir fisheries, it is punctuated by deep valleys suited for trapping the hydroelectric power potentials. And as per Sinha 1990, it was given that Brahmaputra and Barak basins together constitute 50% of the hydropower potential of the country. So that's the level of potentiality they have to produce the hydropower, which can support. Even in the state of Tripura, of course, that's out of context I'm talking, but we are supplying the electricity to Bangladesh. So that much we are producing. Total area of reservoirs in the northeastern states are 8,206 hectares, and production potential has been given as 8,358 tons. No organized fishing is practiced except in Gomti Reservoir of Tripura. Bill fisheries of Assam is one of the most famous, which is well known to each one of you. And average fish yield is very low, that is 50 kg per hectare per year, against the annual potential of 2,000 kg per hectare per year. And fish has been enhanced up to 400 kg per hectare through adoption of culture-based fisheries, but it is not in all parts, it is only in some part of the bills. The increase in fish yield is about 20% of the production potential, and there exists a wide scope to develop and increase the fish productions. So here I have tried to give the picture of a typical beels in Assam and a beel in Tripura. Of course, beels are more popular in Assam, not in Tripura and other states. Then there is a vast scope and very good scope for the cold water fisheries, because Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim fully, then some part of Nagaland, Manipur, almost whole of Meghalaya and upper regions of Assam has many cold water fisheries resources, which are underexploited. And here also I have tried to give that how many species are there existing statewide as per the Mahanta and Sarma 2014. And one of the most important species is Cyzothorax richardsoni, which is very popular in the state of Nagaland. Then Mahasir is also there, where some hatchery has been established in the Arunachal Pradesh. Then deep-bodied Mahasir, that is tartar also, then chocolate Mahasir. Other species, when we talk about the diversification, especially in the cold water fisheries, so there are some other species which can be utilized where not the much of the work has been done, like Bangna Devdevi, Semiplotus, Labio Pangusia, Labio Dero, Labio Dicailus, and so on. Then even there is a scope and exotic fish has been introduced also, that is brown trout as well as rainbow trout, but their fish production is very low, which needs to be improved. Ornamental fisheries is one of the most important when we talk about the Northeast India. And we all know that whatever fish is exported from the country, almost 85% are coming from the northeastern states. But unfortunately, it is not being produced. Rather, most of them are being collected from the wilds. And therefore, the farmer or the people, those who are collecting, they are getting very small amount of the price which exporters are getting. Not only that, the stock is also dwindling, and wild stock also we are losing over the period of time. So there we need to have the conservation strategy as well as to develop the breeding strategy so that most of this can be exported, and many of them, these indigenous species, are having very good export values. And nearly 300 species are there which have the high potential. And some of them are fetching up to $4.825 per piece. In fact, Charnabarka is said to be fetched somewhere around 1 lakh per piece, or maybe more than that. The most potential ornamental fishes commonly found are Trichogaster, Botia, Chennai species, Lepidophylaxis, Badish, Nandus, and so on. And this is the ornamental fish diversity of Northeast India, which is given here. Is that depending upon the order wise, how many are there, how many number of families. So altogether, of course, there are a lot of overlapping. So if we say 37 families, it is not correct because some families are overlapping. But total good number of fish species are available, which can be developed for the breeding purpose, which can fetch a very good export market and good price. What are the it is less resource intensive in this part of the country. If we compare with other parts, we don't have, and here we don't get a big water bodies, as we say in mainland, which needs to be utilized. So in comparison to agriculture, horticulture is intensive. It utilizes the existing water resources as a secondary user because mainly it is being used for other purposes, and most of the water, the precipitation which is happening is drained out. So we need to stop it somewhere so that we can use it as for aquaculture purpose. Technically far less complicated than conventional aquaculture in this part. A community activity with the potential to generate synergies within and between communities. It provides an additional avenue of income generation and generally contribute to poverty elevation in rural communities. Here I would like to say, we hear many times that farmers have committed suicide in Maharashtra, Gujarat, and so on, where most of the farmers are depending upon one crop. So if that crop fails, they feel miserable and they commit the suicide. But we have never heard a farmer committing suicide in Northeast India, because most of the farmers, they are practicing the integrated practices, wherein they are having the fish, they are having the horticulture, they have a little bit of the agriculture, they have a little bit of dairy or meat producing poultry, and so on. So therefore, even if one thing fails, still they are in position to manage the soul. It provides an additional avenue of income generation and generally contributes to poverty elevation in rural communities. It reduces pressure on fishery resources. Then it is improving and enhancing habitats. It stimulates research and technology development. It increases education and environmental awareness. And now, especially with respect to aquaculture in northeastern India, this region produces around 0.214 million tons, around 2 lakh tons of the fish annually, with almost 50% coming from aquaculture. Of course, that differs from state to state. In Mizoram, around 91% is coming from aquaculture. In Tripura, around 5% coming from the aquaculture. In some states, it is vice versa. In Arunachal Pradesh, it is very small amount which is coming. In Nagaland also, it is coming almost mainly from the aquaculture. And this is how the productivity, of course, this is little bit old data. In pond culture, Assam 1,500, which has gone up now. Arunachal Pradesh 800 to 1,200 kg. So in all the places, it is much lesser than the national average, except the state of Tripura, where I have given it a wrong figure. Now it is somewhere around 3,300 in the state of Tripura. And integrated farming also I have given how much they are producing. And rice cum fish culture is one of the important practice which is being followed. Especially it is more popular in the state of Arunachal Pradesh and some part of Assam. These are the different fish species which are cultured. State-wise, I have tried to give the list, but it is, if I try to summarize it, it is mainly the Indian major crops as well as three exotic crops which are being practiced in the mainland, with exception being Arunachal Pradesh. Trout is also being cultured little bit. Mahaseer is also being cultured. Then in the state of Tripura, if you talk, Pabda is another important species which is being cultured apart from Indian major crops and exotic crops. In the state of Manipur, it is Tnjfu, which is another important species apart from Indian major crops and exotic crops. In the same way, in the state of Sikkim, their production itself is very, very less. So they are not practicing or they are not using all the Indian major crops or exotic crops. They are using mainly common carp, grass carp, and of course in cold water they are using the rainbow trout. This is the picture which is well known, so I need not waste my time. Here one or two species are there where they have started the culture. Pabda, already I told you. Bata is also being practiced in the culture practices to some extent. Apart from that, Japani putti, that is Puntius gonionotus, then Clarius mangur, not to a great extent, but to some extent only. Singi is still lesser extent. Pengwa is being practiced in a much higher scale in the state of Manipur, and as already I told, we have recently started in the state of Tripura also. Apart from that, this macrovacum rosenbergi, some 8 inland hatcheries has been established in the state of Tripura, which is seeds are being produced, including our College of Fisheries. Also, we have using the artificial seawater, and that is also being practiced in the polyculture. Of course, our DG is against this. He says that whatever artificial seawater you are generating and throwing in the environment, that is contaminating the agricultural land and it is polluting and contaminating the aquatic resources. Then what are the different culture practices in northeast regions? So here I have tried to show trout farming, which is being practiced in Sikkim mainly. Then of course carp farming, that is well known, and pig cum fish farming. In the plains, here we have high altitude, little bit of plain lands, mountainous, valley, all sorts of lands are there. So I have tried to categorize in that fashion. So in the plains, it is a mixed farming with Indian major crops and exotic crops. When it comes to the high and medium altitudes, there are no organized culture practices. However, farmers practice monoculture of trout, silver carp, or common carp, since Indian carps do not grow well in the low temperatures. The traditional culture methods of paddy cum fish culture, pig cum fish culture is practiced in the states of Assam, Nagaland, Arunachal Pradesh, and Manipur. Especially, this is the paddy cum fish culture, which is known as Apatani fish culture in one particular, by one particular tribes in one particular district, that is Zero district of Arunachal Pradesh. Then fish culture in ponds, that is being practiced as usual as it is anywhere else, except that here we have the acidic soil and therefore acidic water in most part of the northeast, which is something different than the mainland, and as fish grows better in the alkaline waters. So this is one of the major challenge, and we do not have any local resources of even lime for improving the pH. So transportation is one of the major issues. Then integrated farming of fish, duck integrated farming is being practiced, livestock fish integrated farming, cattle fish integrated, poultry fish integration, and rice fish integration. So all these are being practiced, which differs from place to place. And already I told you, please keep in the mind when I am talking, it is all very, very small areas. It is not big areas like we see in the mainland. Fish farming in rice fields, this is one of the important, especially it relates to the state of Arunachal Pradesh, wherein it is called Apatani fish farming practices. So wherein they are practicing very well, you can see in the picture, some farmers are really practicing well. Here also you can see trenches are there in between the rice field, which is being used, and there they are using the fish species of Katla, Mrigal, Rohit, Kalbasu, Hypothalamics molitrix, Barbonimus gonionotus, then Cyprinus scarpio. It is need not necessarily be this that all the species are being cultured together. One or two species are sometimes monoculture only they are practicing. It is not very organized. Then I would like to especially emphasize about the Apatani rice cum fish farming. This practiced by the Apatani tribes in Arunachal Pradesh. Strains of common carp are stored at the rate of around 2,500 per hectare, 10 days after planting rice and reared for 4 months. Farmers harvest somewhere around 300 to 500 kg per hectare of fish, weighing around half a kg. Advantage that the land gives sustained yield per year, unlike the Zoom system. Here, one Zoom farming is there. So, wherein they cultivate in one area by cutting down or burning the plants and forests. For 3-4 years, they cultivate the land and then they shift it to other place. So, it is also called as shifting cultivation. So, in comparison to that, they are getting much better benefit and profit by doing this rice cum fish farming. What are the constraints of fish production enhancement, especially in Northeast India? Capture-based fishery sector shows less increment over the years due to overfishing and environmental degradation. This is one of the major problem of overfishing, and destructive fishing also they are practicing in many parts of Northeast India, like dynamiting, electric fishing. That is all banned actually, but it is being practiced very well, and implementation is a major issue. Non-availability of quality fish seed for successful aquaculture. Except the state of Tripura, most of the states are dependent for fish seed to Havra market. It is coming mainly from there. Fish feed and fertilizers are also difficult to procure in remote location. It is not well connected, and we do not produce all these feed ingredients which are being used for fish feed preparation. Like rice bran is available, but neither mustard oil cake nor groundnut oil cake nor even the fish meal is available in the region. So that is being brought. So therefore, the cost of feed becomes very high, and it makes it very expensive. So we are looking to develop some kind of feed using the local resources. And recently, as a college, we have succeeded in utilizing Olfia, that is aquatic weed. We are using that, one of the ingredients. Apart from that, even we have seen that very good growth in the Labiorota and some other fishes, wherein live Olvia is being fed directly. Breeding and hatching facilities are inadequate at the high altitude areas. So therefore, as I told, transportation is a problem and breeding is the problem at the high altitudes. So many of the water bodies are not being utilized properly. Plain land for ponds are less and difficult in terrace areas of high altitude hills. Suitable technologies for fish culture in high altitudes are insufficient. So we need to develop a specific technology which is location specific, especially for the high altitude where the terrace areas are there, uneven lands are there. Both fishing and post harvest are allowed by very traditional methods and technology resulting in low productions. Oligotrophic status of water bodies. Here organic carbon is very low. That is one of the major issue. Then weed infestation, because this part is really having a lot of weeds. So that creates the problem. Because of uneven land and heavy precipitation, siltation is another problem. And low natural productivity because of low organic carbon and acidic nature of the soil. Poor data on the stability and physical and biochemical conditions of ecosystem. Not much of the data is also available. In fact, I was surprised once I tried to put the efforts by having some collaborative programs with all the state fisheries department of the different states, visiting those states. And even the most of the states, they do not have the real-time even data. When I was asking that how much area is available, how much pond, how much this, that, so they were saying we have 1 trout farm, 2 trout farm, 3 trout farm, and so on. So that is another real reason wherein the planning is very, very difficult. Lack of proper technical know-how of the fisher folks, lack of involvement, participation and of the fisheries department, increased risk of poaching and fish poisoning due to isolated locations. As all the locations are not easily accessible, it is located in some nook and corner. So implementation of the rules, regulations and legal issues becomes difficulty, and people are misusing and doing the fish poisoning. Climate change impact with regard to precipitation, volume and rainfall, which is changing. Use of chemicals, pesticides also, of course, it is much lesser if you compare with the mainland. What are the strategies which are required? Assessment and conservation of resources, that is determination of optimum fishing efforts level, protection of beels and other wetland associated with the rivers which are really productive, which can be utilized, facilitating water renewal in beels and other wetlands, protection of fish breeding ground, that is another important area. We need to identify and we need to declare them as a sanctuary and so on. Preventing catching of brood stocks, stopping of riverine fish seed collection. Of course, it is not very prevalent, but in some part still it is going on, so that needs to be stopped so that recruitment of the fish species takes place. Launching of river ranching program, sensitizing the fishermen about the necessity of fish stock conservation. When it comes to the expansion of aquaculture, as we know that around 95% population are fish eaters, area available for aquaculture is still large, which can be utilized. And not only that, even during under Manrega, a lot of ponds are being dug. But the problem is they are digging only up to 2 feet and so on. So we are trying to convince the different state governments that they should put the efforts so that it is dug little deeper, which can be utilized for the fish production so that farmers' income can be enhanced. Pond productivity is still very low compared to the national average. Large population of domesticated animals and huge green foliage provide ample scope for increasing productivity through integrated farming. As I told that it is poor in the organic nutrient, but then at the same time they have a lot of forest, a lot of leaves which can be utilized for increasing the organic carbon. Development of site-specific farming system suitable for the local elevation and climatic condition is required. Adoption of advanced technique of fish farmings. Biofloc, already a lot has been talked by our DDG, and I fully endorse his viewpoint that it is our moral responsibility and duty to tell the people the real facts that it is effective technology, but how effective it is, definitely it is not going to give 10 times, 4 times, 10 times and so on. And then what are the constraints? What are the problems? Recirculatory aquaculture system, that is again people are talking, but it is not being practiced, but maybe it can be practiced, especially in the terrace land and so on. Integrated fish farming, it is one of the very good, as I told that people are practicing of their own, but maybe with the involvement of scientific knowledge, it can be improved where the production can be enhanced further. Pen and cage culture in wetlands, the technology has been perfected to a greater extent. CIFRI is taking a lot of interest, they are doing a lot of good work. So this can be utilized especially for culture of Anabas testudineus, which is having a good market. Apart from that, Tropneustis fossilis also. And maybe we can use some cheaper material which are available easily over here, being the forest area. Introduction of genetically improved crops for aquaculture, that is Amur carp and then Jayanti where SIFA has taken, and they have shown that 20 to 40% of higher growth is there. So that also needs to be promoted in the farmers' field. Then periphyton based aquaculture, you can see some farmers are practicing and really they are getting a better growth. There is an increase of around 40 to 60% and in some cases 10 to 50% as increases the area, as well as it provides better food and easy availability of the food to the specific fishes which can eat. Introduction of indigenous species for fish culture, diversification, that is one of the important area. As already we have been telling, our DDG also has been emphasizing that there are only few species which are being used for the aquaculture practices, especially Northeast people, they prefer many smaller fishes rather than rohu, katla, mrigal. So there is a lot of scope, and some of the important fish species which can be utilized are ompak pabda, rasbora, then sarana, gonius, mistus, clarius mangur, in fact, notopteras, then Osteoma belangari, that is the pengba. Many species are there. Labiobata, it is having very good market. Syrinus reba is also having good market, because here people prefer fish and they pay really good price. Popularizing culture of air-breathing fishes, already we have talked, so I'm not going to talk. The reservoir and build fisheries in developments, there also we need to practice, enhancement practice, as well as more area needs to be brought under the culture practices, maybe pen culture, cage culture, and shallow areas can be developed even as a pond so that production can be enhanced. Ornamental fish is another very important area, and we have developed the breeding technology, but it is very limited number of fish species. In fact, I do not know whether our honorable DDG is still there or not. I cannot see the screen. There is an urgent need that we need to have a particular fisheries institute which is dedicated to the ornamental fish development in the country, so that we can really harness the potentiality which the ornamental fisheries is having. Then cold water fisheries also not much work has been done, because already a lot of scope is there which needs to be done. We need to promote the ecotourism and angling. Especially we need to strengthen the fisheries extension activities. We need to develop the culture technology. Whatever technologies has been developed, that is very specific to that part of area. Maybe if it is possible, we need to have some center of Directorate of Cold Water Fisheries, maybe in North Bengal, so that it can address the issues related to Sikkim, Meghalaya, as well as Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh, so that we can develop the ecotourism, angling, as well as we can increase the farmers' income, apart from developing the aquaculture of trout, mahasir, and so on. This is again related to ecotourism and sports fisheries. These are the important fishes which are found in this part of the world which can be used, especially golden mahasir is very popular and famous for the sport fishing. We have the rainbow trout, chocolate, snow trout, brown trout. Then organic aquaculture, that is one of the major issue, because by default, whole of Northeast is organic aquaculture. Of course, it may not be in the strict terms, but it is a natural farming system. So here there is a scope to develop the organic aquaculture so that farmers can fetch a better market value. And development of the infrastructure facilities, that is very much required. Quality seeds, so for that we need to establish the hatchery. Fish feed is one of the major problem. Soil and water testing laboratories, so that we can have really the record of the water, so that we can minimize the uses of fertilizers, or we can optimize. If possible, to have the post-harvest facilities. Maybe we need to develop the things in a cluster mode that we have learned during the COVID-19. As we know that seed is being produced somewhere in the Havra, then feed is being produced somewhere in Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh. When it comes to prawn seed, it is Andhra Pradesh. So we had the national market when it comes to the fisheries and aquaculture. But during this lockdown period, stoppage of transportation and other facilities, there is a need and a scope to develop this aquaculture in a cluster mode, so that in one cluster itself, we have the facility for the seed production, feed production, maybe cold chain, market, for everything, so that we can really develop the country. And of course, human resource development, that is one of the important area wherein we are also trying our level best to address as our jurisdiction is whole of Northeast except the state of Assam. Thank you. I have tried. I do not know. I think I have taken a little more time. I'm sorry for exceeding. Thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative presentation. Since we are behind 30 minutes by schedule, we request the experts to make their presentation for 25 minutes and 5 minutes for question and answer session.
Thank you very much for giving. Thanks a lot for patient hearing to all of you.
Thank you, sir. So there is a question for you, sir.
Yeah.
So the question is from E. Suresh, sir, and his question is about: do you think the species diversification is required in northeastern aquaculture? If yes or no, what is the reason?
It's very much required. The reason being, there are two reasons. The people of Northeast, they have very specific choice with respect to the minor carps or smaller fishes. As already I told you, that one species that is the Pengua, Osteomoma belangeri, the minimum price itself is 600 rupees. And at times it goes up to 1200 rupees kg. No other fish will give so much, especially in the fresh water. When it comes to the state of Tripura, Pabda, mainly they are buying Ompag bimaculatus at the rate of 400 minimum, otherwise 500, 600 rupees. They have a very good demand, especially for the Clarius batrachus, where again it is fetching minimum price of 500 rupees kg. Same is the case with the Singi. So if we need to increase the profit of the farmers and their preference and then diversify, these are some of the important species and that really needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sir, could you please click stop presenting, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of our institute, we proudly present a memento to Dr. Pramod Kumar Pandey, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Next, I'm very happy to introduce Dr. S. Adityan, sir, Professor and Head Departments of Aquaculture, Department of Aquaculture, Fisheries College and Research Institute, Thuthukudi. He is an accomplished teacher, researcher, active extension worker, and prudent manager with a total of 25 years of university experience. And he have visited USA under visiting scholar program for 3 months during 2011 and learned RAS and established RAS model at college. And he has organized 62 trainings, 46 research articles, 30 abstracts, 163 popular articles, 37 extension manuals, and 48 pamphlets. One second, sir. And he has handled 13 projects as PI and 6 projects as co-PI. And he has also received 4 awards, and his current area of research interest are quality control of aquafeed, seaweed farming, and so on. So thank you, sir. And this is over to you, sir. Sir, kindly please unmute your audio, sir.
My slides are visible, please.
Yes, sir, visible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, thank you very much. And I'm going to present the talk on iron frame cage culture practice for lobster fattening in the open sea of Tharvikulam coast under institution progressive farmer tie-up method, success stories. And before moving, we are in a position to know the meaning of the word forming and fattening. So, forming, juveniles grown for several months until attain marketable size, and in the case of fattening, a short duration culture of undersized lobsters, that is less than 100-gram size, to reach a specific acceptable size and command better price in the market, particularly in the export market. Hatchery produces lobster seeds, yet a distant dream world, including India. And lobster culture venture in India at present, we are starting with the collection from nature and growing them to a required size. And as no size regulation in India is available for capturing the lobsters from the sea, and out of which about 1/3 of the commercial catch constitute undersized lobster, that is less than 100-gram size, that is used to call grade 3. And we have a grade called export grade called grade 1 and grade 2. Grade 1 more than 200 gram, and grade 2 100 gram to 190 gram. These two grades fetch high price in the market. And these juveniles utilized for lobster fattening. And another strategy that can be adopted by the prospective lobster farmers by fattening methods. And we have carried out the spiny lobster Panulurus homarus species at Tharvikulam village, and juveniles procured from a private company at Kanyakumari, and collected juveniles lobsters kept in FRB tank 300 liter capacity with seawater and continuous aeration also, then transported to Tharvikulam by truck vehicle. And these are the iron frame cage we have used, the size of 8 feet into 8 feet, and installed at the open sea of Tharvikulam coastal village. And these are the two progressive farmers we tied up with that project, revolving fund project, Mr. S. Francis and Joseph Raj. And before starting, all juveniles lobsters conditioned for 2 days, and the stocking density is around 900 numbers per kg, and we fed with live clam meat at the rate of 5% of the total body weight, and the species Donax live clams, and by hand we fed and twice a daily, and feed intake checked daily, and uneaten clams along with the shells were removed manually once in a week. And the fattening done for 240 days minimum, and some other years we'll extend to another 20 days like that. And these are the photos pertaining to sampling time we took, and this is a photo pertaining to the harvesting stage by the farmers. And this table will give the average of 4 years growth parameters data, and we have got average daily growth of 0.46 gram per day per animal. And this table of showing mainly economics of the lobster fattening process, particularly the cost of production comes around 949 per kg, and the net profit is about 209 rupees. But this is the thing we have worked out during 2013 to 18 data. And table 3, I think it's a year-wise repayment we made to these two progressive farmers, year-wise, first year, second year, third, fourth year, like that. And the details are given in the souvenir. And to conclude, and from summary point of view, fishing considered as a primary livelihood options since time immemorial of the coastal fisher folk in India. And the alternative livelihood options as solution to overfishing has been proposed for more than 2 decades, and it acts as a remunerative alternative occupation. Coastal aquaculture and mariculture offers best and secondary livelihood options, especially in coastal areas. Out of several existing mariculture species and farming technologies available in India, lobster fishing fattening is also one of the thing well suited for coastal communities and small scale fishers. And these available technology can be popularized very effective extension mechanism. And we have followed the mechanism called the institution progressive farmer tie-up method. And this was adopted at Tarvikulam Coastal Village and funded by Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University and our university. And we recorded good growth and survival rate of Panavirus homarus species under this arranged from cage culture. And the present study of lobster fattening or alternative livelihood and sustainable farming for them in a sustainable practice. And we have also presented these findings in International Conference on Recent Advances in Aquaculture held at Andhra University between 16/12/2016 and 17/12/2016 at Visakhapatnam. And to conclude, myself is grateful to Dr. G. Sukumar, Dean, Fisheries College and Research, Thuthukudi, and the Director of Research and Extension Fisheries for providing facilities and encouragement during the period 2013 to 2018. Myself, once again, thanks to our local fishermen, Mr. S. Francis and T. Joseph Raj, for help rendered and actively undertook this lobster practice under institution progressive farmer tie-up method. Finally, myself thanks the town of the Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University and our university for sending for support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your success stories about
Yes.
lobster fattening.
Okay. Now over to Mrs. Vimala Devi.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So I'm very happy to introduce Mr. B. Ravikumar, sir, General Manager, Global Fees Private Limited, Andhra Pradesh. He's an aquaculture expert working in the field of aquaculture for more than 25 years in India, Philippines, Iran, Madagascar, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. He has obtained his Bachelor of Fisheries Science and Master of Fisheries Science from Fisheries College and Research Institute, Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Science University, Tuticorin, India. And he has worked in a network of aquaculture centers in Asia, Pacific, IFSC World Bank Group, Asian Development Bank, and World Fish Center projects as aquaculture specialist and project manager. And he has also worked as a farm manager at integrated shrimp farming projects in Africa promoted by European companies. Presently, he is working as a technical general manager at Global Feeds Private Limited. Now, I invite Mr. B. Ravikumar, sir, to deliver a talk on cost control strategies towards self-sufficient aquaculture pertaining to sustainable shrimp farming. This is over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Very good morning to all of you. I would like to thank Dr. G. Sukumar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha Fisheries University, and Dr. S. Balasundari, Dean, Dr. MGR Fisheries College and Research Institute for inviting me to this workshop and for giving me the opportunity to talk about minimizing production costs for sustainable shrimp farming. Is it visible? My screen is visible? Hello?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, 1 minute. Excuse me. Yes. Prasanna Vengasurya.
Sir, at the bottom right.
Yeah. I know. Just give me a minute. Repeat it. எதுல இருக்கு PPT?
என்கிட்ட தான் இருக்கும்.
இல்லையாதா நீ டவுன்லோட் பண்ணிக்கலையா? Just give me a minute, madam. Just getting
நினைக்கிறேன். உள்ள இருக்கியா?
1 minute. நீ அது டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி வைக்கலையா?
டவுன்லோட் பண்ணதை இங்க ஓபன் பண்ணு.
Sir, we have your PPT, sir. Shall we?
No, madam. Just give me a minute. It's getting
Yes.
connected. Yeah, already. Is it visible now, madam? Hello.
No, sir. No, sir. Sir, there are two mics are on. One you have to mute, sir, from your side.
Oh my God.
In your name, there are two logins, sir.
Hello.
You have to mute it. Yes, sir. It is echoing, sir. You have to mute one audio.
You mute.
Sir, you can
Yeah.
share your presentation.
Yeah, no
sir.
problem. Please, madam. Is it visible, madam? No?
No,
Hello?
sir.
Oh, no problem.
Not visible, sir.
Okay. So maybe please go ahead with your copy. Yeah. Now, madam. Hello.
Sir, visible. It is visible. Please go ahead.
Sorry for the inconvenience. Very sorry for the inconvenience.
It's okay, sir. Please put it on full screen mode, sir.
Sure, madam. Surya. இல்ல அந்த பவர் பாயிண்ட் மோட் வர மாட்டேங்குது. Yeah. One. Yeah. Today I'm going to talk about minimizing production costs for sustainable shrimp farming. And in shrimp farming, if you see the typical production cost assessment, data collected from more than 500 plus farms across India to know the cost benefit analysis. And in this analysis, if you see, the feed accounts for 51.60% of the total cost of production, then followed by chemicals 12.97%, then shrimp seed 8.11%, Then electricity, 8.57%, and the salary, workers and farm manager salary, etc., it's around 6.87%, and other expenses, 11.88%. And how to control the production cost? The producer cannot really control the market price. Therefore, controlling the production cost is fundamental. And issues that influence the profitability. If you see, the disease has a high influence. Premature harvest due to white spot disease outbreaks and white fecal syndrome. Then the third one, running mortality. And there are other diseases like IMNV, vibriosis, that is affecting the profitability of a shrimp farm. And because of the disease, white fecal syndrome, slow growth rate, and high FCR, feed conversion ratio, and lower average body weight, and also the increase in, because of the extended DOC, increase in power and other supplements costs, etc., is affecting the profitability of a shrimp farm. And we see various ways to minimizing the production cost and maximizing the profit. The first important one is PL selection, and stocking only the best quality shrimp PL will have a significant effect on the production and the profitability of a shrimp farm. Then next comes biosecurity. In shrimp farming, biosecurity involves practices to reduce the probability of a pathogen introduction and their subsequent dissemination. And there are three major goals of biosecurity. One is animal management. Animal management is including obtaining healthy post larvae, then optimizing health and immunity. Then pathogen management, preventing pathogen and also reducing and eliminating pathogen. And the third one is people management. People management, educating the farm worker and other visitors. So these are all very important. And also strict implementation of better management practices right from the beginning, right from pond preparation till harvest is very important for the crop success rate. Then the fourth one is nursery system. Then efficient feed management. Then water quality management, bioremediation. Then the last one is disease management. We will see one by one in the upcoming slides. The very important point here, there is a protocol for checking the shrimp post larvae. In our SOP, we have slightly modified. The normal practice here, the farmer generally, they collect the PL samples from the hatchery, and normally they screen for viruses first. They go to the lab and they check for white spot, EHP, and other viral diseases in the PCR. And there is a slight, our recommendation here is slightly different. Our SOP is different. We are recommending to the farmer to check the Vibrio load first, Vibrio test first, that because the TCBS plate counts of post larvae tissue tells a lot about quality, the quality of the shrimp post larvae. Once, if the Vibrio test is, pass, then go for PCR test for viruses, known viruses like white spot virus, EHP is a microsporidian, and also IMNV and other diseases. Then the third one is PL microscopy, and fourth one is stress test. But in Vibrio test, the Vibrio pathogen load, it should be, the yellow colony should be 1 into 10^3, lower than 1 into 10^3 colony forming unit per gram of post larvae. When it comes to green colonies, it should be 1 into 10^2 colony forming units per gram of post larvae. So in our SOP, normally we provide technical support to the farmer. So we are more focused on the PL selections, and we have 6 labs across India also. We normally recommend the farmer to go for Vibrio test first, then PCR, then the third one is PL microscopy and stress test, etc. Then the importance of nursery phase to reduce the risk, shorten the culture period in the grow-out pond, and also to reduce the cost. And nursery phase, no need huge investments. Normally, I recommend it's better to go for earthen ponds or lined ponds with the good biosecurity. At least for nursery ponds, high level of biosecurity is very, very important to have a success rate. And when it comes to aeration, it's better to go for combination of aerators and blowers. The because in the nurseries, it's better. My recommended suggestion is better to go for more number of blowers than the aerators. Then water treatment. When it comes to water treatment, sterilization of water is required, and all the nurseries should have reservoir facilities and regular application of probiotics before and after stocking. That is also very important. And when it comes to feed, I recommend functional feed or high quality feed in the nursery phase, and the feeding frequency is 6 to 8 times per day. And feed, as I told you earlier, feed accounts for almost 52% of the total cost of production. And every 0.1 reduction in feed conversion ratio can increase the profitability by $100 per ton of shrimp production. And every 0.1 increase in FCR will produce 90 kg more organic waste per ton of shrimp production. And farmer, they have to spend more money, to eliminate the more organic waste. Then it will increase the cost of production. So better to have the feeding should be, there should not be any overfeeding and not underfeeding. Optimum feeding is very, very important in shrimp for me to have a control over the production cost. And if you see the best practices for feed efficiency, start at stocking. It's better to know as accurately as possible how many PLs are being packed at the hatchery level. Then minimize the transport stress and acclimatize PL properly during stocking, and also estimate the hopper survival rate. After stocking, you can introduce 100 PLs in each hopper. Then these hoppers are counted after 24-hour and 48-hour to know the survival rate. Then based on the survival rate, we adjust the feed quantity. And also it's very important to estimate the survival rate at the time of first sampling, typically after 30 DOC. Then, as I told you before, undertake on-farm nursery rearing before grow out. This reduces the culture period in the growth period. And also we know the exact survival rate when we are shifting the animal from the nursery to the growth phase. And when it comes to high protein or low protein feed, high protein feeds are generally perform better than the low protein feeds, provided highly digestible ingredients are used, amino acids and other key nutrients are present in sufficient quantities and well balanced. The feeds are processed properly. And if the farmer use high protein feed, stringent feed management is essential when high protein feeds are used for economical feed conversion. For example, we have two different type of feed. One is for Vanami, 36% protein feed. Another one is with the 38% protein feed. That is functional feed. And if you see the feeding management, when the shrimp is 100 count or 10 gram in size, the normal feed we used to recommend 26 to 28 kilo for 100,000 animals. Whereas when it comes to the functional feed or high protein feed, we recommend only 18 to 20 kg for 100,000 shrimps. So there is a difference. When the farmer using high protein feed, they have to strictly control the feed quantity. Then if you see the feed particle size, when it comes to grower, there are three different types. 1.6 mm, then 1.8 mm, and grower 2 is 2 mm. If you weigh the number of pellets per kg, if you see how many pellets are there per kg of feed, the pre-grower, it will be around 1.5 lakh per kg, and 1.8 mm size, it will be like a 1.2 lakh per kg. And if you see the grower 2 mm, it will be 90,000 per kg. And then the last column, the mean weight of each pellet is given in grams. And if you see the prevailing feed rate, we have collected data from more than 1,000 plus farms across India to see what is the prevailing feed rate during the last crop. And if you see the prevailing feed rate, how the farmers are feeding the shrimp, and at a different size category. For example, the first one, 4 to 10 gram size, the feed is pre-grower. The pellets per shrimp per meal, the farmers are giving on an average 12 pellets per shrimp per meal. But whereas the shrimp of about 4 gram size consumes an average 6 pellets a meal, 4.2% of the body weight per day. So this is, it provides some insight into the feeding management, how many pellets we are giving and what is how many pellets the shrimp can eat at various sizes, different sizes. When it reaches 25 to 33 grams and grower to feed 15 pellets per shrimp per meal, the normal prevailing feed rate. So we have to see this is too many pellets or just enough, or we are overfeeding or underfeeding. We have to calculate the exact feed quantity based on the survival rates. And when it comes to check trays are normally used for observation, feed consumption, and animal health. But my recommendation is do not use as the only tool to adjust the feeding rate, because the high variability based on the pond size, shape, number, and location of trays. So it won't give accurate idea on the feed management. It's only a tool for feed to check the feed consumption and the animal health rate, animal health checkup. And how to observe the gut? Here you can see there are two shrimps that normally the shrimp intestine filled with natural food appears blackish in color. The left side, the intestine filled with pelleted feed appears light brown in color. There is a difference in the color of the gut, the intestine. And here, if you see the suspected problem, if the farmer is suspecting overfeeding or underfeeding, the sample 1 hour before feeding, if more than 10% of the shrimp having feed in the gut, reduce feeding. The action should be reduce feeding. And if it is underfeeding, 1 hour after feeding, shrimp having natural more than 40% of the shrimp having natural gut, then increase the feeding. And also feeding rate based on the environmental conditions. Normally in Vanami, the shrimp feed well, the temperature between 28 to 32 degrees centigrade. When the temperature reaches, normally during summertime, when it reaches 36 degrees centigrade, the shrimp eat. But the shrimp eat, the transit time in the gut, the feed transit time in the gut is only 45 minutes. It will come out as a fecus, and undigested feed, it will come out as a fecus. So in turn, it will build up the organic load in the pond bottom. So when the temperature is high temperature, we have to reduce the feed. Same time, when low temperature also, we have to reduce the feed. We have to follow optimum feed chart when the temperature is optimum 28 to 32 degree centigrade. This is very important. And how to arriving at daily rations. This is really farm specific and based on observations and data, and also use check tray and feeding table. Be willing to adjust daily. Stay within the upper limits and lower limits based on the pond biomass and carrying capacity. So ideal feed management way, use the feed table based on the check tray observation, based on the intestine color check 1 hour before feeding and 1 hour after feeding. And manual versus automatic feeding. Now, increasing feeding frequency improves feeding efficiency. Normally, manual feeding by labor requires close supervision, chances of error, and also, there is a high chances of, spread of disease from one pond to another farm. We are using the same pond worker for 2 or 3 ponds. And when it comes to automatic feeder, there are 2 different types of automatic feeder. One is ration set by the farmer and delivered using a timer. The second one is an acoustic feeder. Acoustic feeder ration is driven by the shrimp feeding activity, which is transmitted to the feeder as a signals of sound. And this acoustic feeder also, this machine provides the real-time data on the feed delivered at every hour, and also it provides the real-time data on all the water quality parameters like pH, temperature, DO, etc. And if you see, feeding is also part of biosecurity. As I told you, the automatic feeder is good for the farm biosecurity. And automation in shrimp farming, if you see farmers in future have to depend on automation, especially for water quality and feeding, etc. And the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence is the way forward in the shrimp farming. And this is the performance, the comparison of performance of pelleted feed versus extruded functional feed. Functional feed, as I told you before, it's a premium feed and no need to use the same quantity like a pelleted feed. And if you see the survival with the functional feed, it went up by 24%. And the daily growth rate, it went up by 30%. And feed conversion ratio is down by 21% when compared to the normal feed. Functional feed increased potential shrimp growth and profit per unit of feed intake. And water quality management, as I told you, probiotic fermentations. And this is very, very important. At present, we have a problem like white fecal syndrome. This white fecal syndrome is a disease that causes severe damage to the shrimp crop. And whitefishes affected shrimp show slow growth and reduced survivals, resulting in poor harvest and low returns to the farmer. And this, if you see this white fecal syndrome widespread across India in diverse environmental conditions and culture practices, and EHP and Vibrios are the pathogen that are detected in the shrimp having white fecal syndrome symptoms. So to control the Vibrio in the pond, this probiotic fermentation is very helpful. And the principle to encourage probiotics to multiply and utilize organic matters. So what are the materials required for the probiotic fermentation? Fresh water and carbon sources, minerals, probiotics, and aeration. So the farmer should use sterile fresh water. I recommend better to use the RO water from the reverse osmosis. And maybe if the farmer is using bore water and other sources, farmer better to check in the lab for Vibrio load, because this sterile water, this water should be free from Vibrio bacteria and other pathogenic bacteria. And then molasses, sweet potatoes, corn flour, rice bran. All these inputs should be cooked before fermentation. Then probiotic dosage depend on the CFU per gram of the probiotics. And there are two different types of fermentation: with the aeration, aerobic activation; without aeration, anaerobic fermentation. And there is a short video clip demonstrating, how to ferment the probiotics, aerobic and anaerobic probiotics. This is a Grovel R&D farm, and we are also closely working with Dr. Locktron and also Dr. Celia Pitago. They are pathologists, and they are helping us to fine-tune the SOP to overcome the problem of white fecal syndrome and other vibriosis problem. And here you can see the pond worker, they are mixing all these ingredients, what the carbon sources, molasses and rice bran and other minerals and other probiotics. This one, we followed this technology for the past 2 years, and in our R&D farm, size of around 12 hectare, the size of the farm. This farm, the last 2 years, almost we had 6 crops in this farm. We don't have any problem with the vibriosis and white fecal syndrome and also white spot disease outbreaks. This is mainly, we are keeping the vibrio load very much under control. And but we had a problem with the running mortality at the end when the pond biomass exceeding the carrying capacity of the pond, because this farm is also, we don't have a reservoir facility, and the stocking density is around 40 pieces per square meter. And with this, probiotic fermentation and regular application, and we can control the white fecal, disease to the maximum. And as I told you, the bioremediation process, there are this anaerobic activation. And once again, here I repeat the procedure: 100 liter of water, 2 to 3 kgs of molasses, 0.5 to 1 kg of rice bran, 0.5 to 1 kg of other sources of starch, corn or sweet potatoes, optional, and 200 gram of mineral or feed premix, then 100 to 200 gram of sodium bicarbonate, 100 to 200 gram of water treatment probiotics, and the aeration if it is a aerobic fermentation, 24 hours aeration. Then applied 100 liter per 1 hectare daily. And here, when we apply, the time of application and when to start, that is very, very important. We recommend the farmer normally after disinfection. Farmer, they use, bleaching powder for, for disinfection of the pond. Then normally after 48 hours, after dechlorination, they have to start this probiotic application before stocking. That is minus 10 days of stocking. They have to start. And for example, if the culture diversity is around 100 days, 100 or 120 days, I recommend the frequency of application is once in 3 days. And up to the 60 diversity, they should apply like a first application water probiotic, the second application water probiotic, then soil probiotic. Then when it comes to 60, the diversity between 60 to 120 or 110, whatever it is, till the harvest, and they have to apply soil and water. They have to change the probiotic type. They have to go for more soil probiotic because that time the more organic growth build up because of the more feed quantity. So this is very important, and they have to start applying this probiotic minus 10 days of stocking. That is very, very important. If you leave the water for 10 days, then the sterile water is more dangerous, and Vibrio start to develop. And when we want to apply at the middle of the culture, the efficiency is not that great. And for example, this is very, very low. If you see the input cost is very low. The application, imagine if the pond diversity is 110 days, the application is once in 3 days. Then total number of application, 37 applications per crop. And if you see the dosage, we are applying 150 gram per hectare. So the total application is 5.5 kg of probiotics per hectare. We are not using anything because we are not using any other chemicals except minerals and probiotics. So this is also more sustainable. And if you see the input cost, and this is maybe very, very low when you compare with the other method of culture. Then when it comes to shrimp disease management, this white fecal disease, as I told you before, the EHP, and here vibriosis is the primary agent for white fecal disease in the lab challenges. And the pre-infection with the EHP may increase the severity of white fecal disease in the Vibrio challenge. And the similar phenomenon is observed in the field also. There are two different types of white fecal disease. One is treatable and one is untreatable. If it is treatable, if the causative agent is only vibriosis, easily treatable. If the causative agent is vibriosis plus EHP, then it's difficult to treat. And how to manage white fecal disease? As I told you before, clean PLs, and you have to check for Vibrio load before stocking, and also clean pond, and microbiota maturation. As I told you before, the probiotic fermentation and regular application of probiotic fermentation, that is very important. And waste management, and undertake farm nursery before growth, and functional feed. That's all very important to overcome the white fecal disease problem. And if you see this EHP problem, enterocytosis hypotopnia, if the shrimp do not grow, check for EHP. Normally, in some form, if you see the symptoms are very clear. Here you can see the size variation in the same farm pond, starting from 5 grams up to 20 grams or 25 grams. You can see the size variation. And also, if it is affected by EHP, then the weekly shrimp growth rate, it will come less than 1 gram per week. Then that time, we have to check for EHP. EHP does not cause mortality, but the parasite can cause severe growth retardation affecting the farm production. And this time, presence of parasites and the severity of parasitism need to be correlated with growth performance and FCR to be properly managed. This is very important. And how to check the degrees of infection, EHP degrees of infection at farm level. And this is very, very easy, and we can check with the simple microscope. And here, how to check, I have explained. just first lift the carapace to expose the hepatopancreas, then remove the hepatopancreas and place it on in the clean petri dish. Then cut a small portion of the hepatopancreas from the central part of the hepatopancreas, that is the older part of the organ, and put it in the this one mount in the saline solution and put cover slip, and you can examine under oil immersion. And here you can see the serum hepatopancreas heavily infected with EHP spores form a clusters in the cytoplasm. So based on the degrees of infection, we can categorize low level of infection or medium level of infection and high level of infection. And what we have noticed at the farm level, and when it is the stage 1, stage 2, this is irreversible. And with the better management practices and with the good water quality management and good soil management and also use of functional feed, this is reversible. And if it is in the 3rd stage, there it reaches, that time the shrimp growth rate is lower than 1 gram per week, then we recommend the farmer to go for harvest. Because that farm, if the farmer extends the culture, then he will the survival rate also will be reduced. Finally, the farmer may end up in loss. So it's better to, if that is the stage, better to harvest the pond. And here, as I explained to you in our demo pond, this is the Growell demo farm with the combination of functional feed and auto feeder and the fermentation. Here you can see that stocking density is ranging between 35 to 40 pieces, in only one pond, 50 pieces per square meter, and on average it was 40 pieces per square meter. And the DOC, and you can see the different ABW ranging between 18.86 up to 46 grams, and the biomass harvested, and FCR, you won't believe farm FCR is average 1 FCR. Even few ponds, the FCR is lower than 1. But as I told you before, this fermentation also, when to start and how to use that protocol, with the sterile water, that is very important for the crop success rate. So with this, this is the last slide. With this, I conclude. Take home messages. When it comes to seed, the input, start with the pathogen-free post-larvae. Stocking only the best quality shrimp PL will have a significant effect on the production and the profitability of a shrimp farm. On-farm nursery undertaking before growth with the strict biosecurity to avoid EHP. And feed management, manage feed aggressively, do not overfeed. Use immune enhancing functional feeds. Functional feeds definitely offer a solution. And the pond, when address the problem of EHP in the pond preparation itself, keep a healthy microbiota balance, use of right probiotics, and the pond sludge removal and the collection pits. So with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the cost control strategies in sustainable shrimp farming with us. And there is a question for you, sir.
Yeah, please, madam.
It's from, it is required to feed Venami with higher protein percentage of feed as per literature, but it shows that lower protein is sufficient. What about it, sir?
Pardon, madam? Yeah, I told you, see, at nursery level, or when you're going for intensive farming system in the nursery, so it's better to go for high protein feed. We found that, the growth rate and the survival rates are much better with the functional feed and with the 38% protein feed. That is, in our farm trials, we got the better results.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. ಇದು On behalf of our institute, we proudly present this memento to Mr. R. Ravikumar. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Next, I welcome Mr. T. Anand, sir, Assistant Professor, College of Fisheries Engineering, Nagapattinam, to deliver a talk on knowing the unknown in Vanami nursery and grow out farming practices. This is over to you, sir.
And Dr. T. Anand, please load your presentation.
Yeah, yes, I'm connecting now. Is it visible, madam, now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, respected Vice Chancellor, other university officers, professors, HODs, colleagues, my dear fellow fish and shrimp farmers, a very good afternoon to you all. So now I'm here to present knowing the unknown in Vanami growth and nursery farming practices. So last year, it was like EHP white pieces and WSSC as usual, and there were some trade-related issues, and COVID-19 much affected the industry like anything. So first half of the year, very low on material price and improved during second half of the year. And again, this year it is second wave started again. And most of the farms it was affected with white pieces disease, then running mortality, white spot disease, then bamboo back syndrome, and the new other diseases that was devastated the industry. And what we used to do, the farmers are doing same, like drying, plowing, again same, blah blah. They are doing the same thing every year and end up with some diseases. So these are some regular practices. But we have to concentrate on the pond preparation. So like biosecurity protocols, water quality and general maintenance, problems in nursery rearing of seed. So we have to concentrate these areas to overcome the above said issues. So soil preparation. So each pond is unique. Unlike the monodon, so for Vanami, we have to treat each pond as a separate entity. So you have to check the soil status, maybe pH, nutrient status like soil, organic carbon and nitrogen. And if you have encountered EHP during last crop, you have to eradicate the spores, you have to increase the pH of the pond up to 12 and then reduce the pH of the pond using some acidic agents like gypsum. Then you can start something so that you can have very less EHP infection during this crop. So you have to check the soil status, the pH and the other things. Like this, I'm giving you an example. One of the farmers checking regularly every year. You can see here the pH changing every year. So A1, 7.82 last year, 19, and now 7.5. And again, if you see the soil status, organic carbon, it is 1.18 during 2019 and 2.3. So what I am presenting now is after plow, after scrapping, after removing everything, and after the first plow, the farmer used to take the sample for lab. And yeah, we used to have like this. You can see, the percentage is changing every year. And again, in a year, you can see in the ponds, each pond is having different soil fertility status. So that is why you have to treat each pond as a separate entity and give the required quantity of fertilizer and other inputs on pond basis, not the farm basis. And yeah, this table shows you what is the nutrient status of your farm or your pond. Okay, so if it is less than 250 mg of nitrogen, so it is called as very low fertility status of nitrogen. And again for phosphorus and for organic carbon. But it is used to recommended for organic carbon 1.5 to 2.5%. And medium, it is recommended to have 0.75 to 1.5. So it is always better to go with 0.75 to 1.5. And as our synthesis systems are enriched with nitrogenous feed, it is always better to go with less than 250 milligrams of nitrogen. So for this, you have to go for really like liming during preparation, and you can observe here in the scrap of the soil, okay, you can observe very high percentage of carbon and very high percentage of organic matter and as well as nitrogen. So once you line the pond, so it is increasing pH, the organic matter will be oxidized, okay, and your soil will be improved like anything. So this is what we recommend for all the farmers to do every. And as usual, biosecurity protocols, you have to follow in each stage for preventing the disease entry into your farm, like pond preparation, water preparation, seed stocking, and during culture period. You have to eliminate carriers in all the stages, like bird fencing, best carriers, and your single entry system, and you have to dip in the gate. And there are some biosecurity lapses, that is why we are getting every year disease in the area. Okay, like the bird is entering in the pond, and there are some stray dogs you can see here. And yeah, there are also like biosecurity lapses in our filtration systems. So these are regular. And you can see the farmer always not in the farm. Okay, see he left the farm with labors, and it will be happen like this. You can see the biosecurity breach. The water is pumping out back from the pipes, and some pipes it is submerged already. So we don't know what is going inside. So the crabs or any other disease-carrying organisms can enter into the farm if you pump like this. So these are all called as biosecurity labs. So that is why the disease entering into the farm every year. So we are doing we have to do some biosecurity auditing every week. And the next one is to overcome or to succeed in the farming practices, you have to select a good seed. Either if it is a hatchery seed, you have to go for a good selection, like presented in the last presentation by N.V.Sujathkumar. Others, you can go for nursery seed, which is very popular now. So everybody knows about this nursery, and there are very good nursery infrastructure. And yeah, there are some other pond nurseries also that is available in the Nagpur region. And there are in the nursery phase, many of the farmers getting failed because of the lack of technical know-how, or they don't know how to maintain the nursery seed. So here, the nursery seed, so you can start 5 pieces per liter, and you have to have a sufficient tanks to hold the required quantity of seeds, and better than commercial hatchery seed definitely. And the main target in maintaining the nursery is at any single point of time, there won't be any stress to the overnight. And for nursery maintenance, you should have practice the clear water system, and the pH should be always below 8, and the DO level above 6 ppm, and use probiotics to reduce the bacterial load, and appropriate feeding 6 to 8 times per day. And remember here, the TAN level should be below 0.5 ppm. This is for only for adult shrimps, but remember the seeds are more susceptible to ammonia than adults. So it should be lower than this level. So that is why many of the farmers, they are doing in a small area, they are having very high TAN level and very high ammonia level, and finally end up with very low survival in the nursery itself. This is because of the seeds are very highly susceptible to the ammonia level. And again, here I want to emphasize one more thing: the pathogenic presumptive vibrios, the grain colony should be nil. Okay, so unlike we have stated down 100 numbers colony forming units per ml, but it should be nil for us. And yeah, the reservoir maintenance for the nursery, it is not only the nursing ponds, we have to maintain the reservoir ponds also with very low pH and very less total suspended solids, less than 50 enough use, and then mineral level. So you have to maintain the minerals to that of your tank. So the tank has to, the mineral level in the nursery reservoir has to match with your nursery. And again, like I stated you, presumptive pathogenic vibrios should be nil. And here, one more thing, you have to apply your probiotics not only in the culture or in the nursery ponds. You have to go with from your reservoir itself, so that you can eliminate the pathogen, that is presumptive pathogenic vibrios. And the problems in transferring, like stress always cause a stunted growth for Vanami. Like if you have very poor transfer method, definitely you will have end up with very less growth. That is why many of the farmers, even after transferring, they are not getting good growth, because once the Vanamina, once it's stunted, it cannot getting back its growth. So it is better you have to have a stress-free environment when you are transferring the seed, and plan properly to reduce the stress during transfer. And the water quality in the nursery has to match with the grower ponds that you are going to transfer. So the pH and salinity that are more essential when you are transferring. And as many of the farmers encounter the problem like in the nursery, the pH is always very low as we are applying molasses or other carbon sources. But it is not in the case of growths where the pH is very high. That is why most of the farmers are getting very less survival even after transferring and stunted growth. So we have to match the pH, salinity, and the mineral level both in the nursery as well as in the growth in the same level. Then you can transfer, then you can attain maximum growth. And maintenance after transferring, so the salinity and pH you have to maintain and regular application of probiotics. And for minimum 20 days, you have to feed blindly for the transferred ponds, aeration feeding probiotics water quality, and you have to maintain minimum of this aeration from day 1 onwards, and then feeding correct size. If you not feed the correct size of feed, again the banana will be getting stunted. And again, like I told you earlier, the presumptive pathogenic vibrio should be nil. Why I'm mentioning again nil means you can see one of our customer. Okay, so he is maintaining very good the farm. Okay, he encountered with white fever disease, but his water showing very good actually, less than 100 only. You can see here from the table. Okay, 10, okay, 60, 10. So in the water, it is showing very good results for something vibrio, there is especially green carnage. But so when he has problem, so we collected animals from his farm and we section everything. So you can see in the muscle 60 and in the hepatopancreas 350, 1340. Okay, it's showing huge actually. You see here only in the water 10 only, but in the animal gut it's 190. So that is why when you are having problem, okay, just sacrifice some animals and plate also the hepatopancreas and gut. You know the real problem. So that is why I'm telling you, even if your water showing 10, but still if your pond is having problem, that is because your animal is harboring the pathogenic vibrio forms in the gut, either in the gut or in the hepatopancreas. Okay, so that is why you should be nailed here. Okay, so even some cases, that is why I am suggesting to put probiotics even from the reservoir itself, so that you can avoid the entry of even the 10 colony forming units into the culture units. So this is quite important to have a good profitable culture without any white disease. And yeah, take home message, in addition to regular pond preparation, please check the soil pH and fertility status and fertilize based on pond analysis data. And you have to maintain good water quality, pH, alkalinity, and presumptive vibrios. And as I mentioned to you, the green colony should be nil in the reservoir itself. And the nursery seed, it should be efficiently maintained and match reservoir and nursery tank water quality, and as well as nursery tank and growth water quality always. And proper feeding, appropriate size, and avoid excess feeding. Feed only if all the trays are empty, and efficient sludge management system. So this will give you a really good crop without any white pieces. And yeah, always target for creation of stress-free environment for culturing maize economy in each and every city. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, sir, for valuable information about Venami nursery and grow out farming practices.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Go with the next.
Yes, sir. So this is a brief introduction about the next speaker, Dr. P. Vijayanand, sir. Currently serves as a senior lead emerging marketing development for the US Soybean Export Council. And he has completed his undergraduation and post-graduation at the College of Fisheries, Mangalore, and did his PhD from Cochin University of Science and Technology. And before he was promoted to be to the current position, he was working as an involved in South Asian region for USSEC in the capacity of Deputy Regional Lead. He was associated with well-known feed mills and veterinary companies in India, holding important management position as head of business and head of profit center for their operation. So I'm getting immense pleasure to invite Dr. P. Vijayanand, sir, to deliver a talk on aqua business post-COVID situation. This is over to you, sir. Vijayanand, sir, are you there?
or try to connect him over phone and find out.
Sure.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we are able to hear you, sir. We are able to hear you, sir. Please load your presentation.
Right. So how do I load this thing? Because
Sir, shall I load your presentation,
yeah,
sir?
I think please do that.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah. So
Yes,
when
sir.
I say advance the slide, you'll advance it, right?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a small technical issue. Till this time, it was all right.
It's okay.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be a part of this August forum. Very nice to have heard important speakers speaking before me. Was nice to hear Dr. Jina also. So I'm just going to bring in a few themes and important issues. I think all of us know what we have gone through in the last 9-10 months, total disruption across the world. So I thought I'll just make a few points on what we would think or expect post-COVID for our industry, aquaculture and fisheries industry. The next one, please. So we know that the COVID has, next slide, please. We know that the COVID has actually taken everybody by surprise and has disrupted everything in the world for us and has affected all industries. And likewise, what it has done to every sector, it has also done the same thing to aquaculture and fisheries sector. It is included. And mainly we have seen the effects like drop in production, exports, and consumption. Now, these three aspects have shaken the industry a lot. And not to get into details of what losses, and everybody knows, and there's a lot of media that is circulating a lot of information, but we know this. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So as a lesson, instead of reacting in a negative way or trying to create panic, the very positive way to look at it is use this pandemic as a warning to alert dangers. Who knows? Now this has been a COVID. Who knows after 5 years what is going to come? And then accordingly, this is going to change and alter our businesses, and there are going to be ups and downs, just like a roller coaster drive. That's what we all have gone through this, and it's very important that we are. I'm not going to try to sound like a philosophist or something, but if you just Google and look at subjects for change, what is change and how does a human being or an industry or anything gets accustomed to change, then I think there are very important lessons to learn. Today, all of our actions and reactions are towards change. We may not call change a change, but whatever we are doing in contradiction or to overcome this pandemic in our own fisheries industry is trying to put some change. Next one, please. Trying to put change onto our own systems. Post-COVID, the most important thing that came onto us was totally from a different direction. It was not industry, it was not production, it was not manpower, but the governments had put barriers across the borders. Now, a pandemic like this is going to bring in a lot of biosecurity issues. We all talk about biosecurity issues, but this is a real good example where human health biosecurity issue has put a barrier on every industry and every moment. So these barriers will continue to exist. Now people are very careful. Government is very careful. They will continue this, and then we should take this as a warning. And whatever systems, research, development in the industry that we are going to do henceforth are going to depend on this. So take the cues from this. That is what I think. The second point I wanted to make is come to our industry as it is. Aquaculture or fisheries, they depend on two distinct business models in the country. One is international trade. All of our shrimp goes outside, goes abroad to Europe, US, or Chinese market or the Japanese market. And then we have a huge local consumption, like Dr. Gina said. Let us not ignore carps. Carps are going to stay, even though we talk about species diversity. We have an industry that can cater to the most elite class as well as a very high international trade business. At the same time, can support a very small subsistence requirement of nutrition, maybe for a small village or women folk or children who are depending on small varieties of fish. So that's the range of industry that we have. And imagine COVID disrupting all this. If we take a pencil and a paper and try to list down what are the changes we have to make, a few experts coming and debating on this, what are the changes we have to make in the international system of shrimp exports, and what are the changes we have to make in the local consumption system, I'm sure we'll have a wealth of information for the next 10 years to work upon. And that's what we need to be doing. Next one, please. So the lockdowns in particular, the main constraints came from logistics issues and border closures. And because of that, there is a transportation difficulty. Sometime in February or March, I think in India also, we had a huge increase on petrol and diesel prices to about 6 or 7 rupees. So that also came in a very bad time during the beginning of COVID. And of course, the distribution systems have to change. Now, there was one important point which I noted, which Dr. Gina said, localized species for localized markets. I think that's a great point. So no point in producing a high value fish somewhere, maybe 800,000 kilometers away, and then try to ship it with a poor, preservation system to a market which is going to pay us about 600 rupees per kilogram. I don't think that is local species for a local system was really good. I also have another point that the distribution systems are going to change because of border closures. Now, we may think that we can transport fish or shrimp for a long distance, but then the axe comes from the government and says, okay, this is the border. Or let's say tomorrow, China says, don't send any small shrimp from India, we don't need it. Now, if that kind of a situation comes, then what? We have a huge population, a very great population. I again said that it is not that the elite class is there only in the United States and Europe. Today, people are paying for boneless mutton a great price. So why not pay lesser for shrimp, which is less costlier than boneless mutton? I think we have over ignored. It didn't take pandemic to come and teach us these lessons. These requirements were there in our country since quite a long time. I'm just talking on the distribution systems. So why not a market which is right very next door to us? It's okay, you get paid in dollars and all that, but still, you know, as something like this comes and 9 months, the shrimp is stuck in warehouses of process plants without being lifted is much harmful than keeping on selling it to your local market. So the changes are going to be there. It's not that pandemic is come and is reducing or all that. Once changes are made, these changes are not going to go back. So accordingly, when you connect the marketing and consumption, again, another point made by DDG was, he said, today our problem is not production. Today our problem is marketing and consumption. So the production systems have to become so efficient. Now tell me, how can we overcome the price of diesel and petrol that has increased? We can't pull down those prices. The labor cost has increased. People on the labor class have moved to different places because of this pandemic, making labor more costly. So the only way to do it is, I think we should draw cues to Ravi Kumar's presentation and say cost reduction in production systems. Now that's the only way, by being more efficient, that you can try to, now that's a good area of work. You can say that pandemic has increased labor to this extent, fuel to this extent, distribution cost to this extent. There are other costs coming in because of the pandemic. I will tell you in the next few slides. Next one, please. So that was about lockdown and distribution systems. So now let us look at the food service sectors. Now there are two things that have happened. There is a disadvantage. There is going to be an advantage also. First, the disadvantage came in because all the food service sectors were closed. Nobody wanted to go out and eat. Otherwise, you know, we all used to, once it wasn't a culture in India to go out and eat, but then we all know how it picked up and now it crashed again. But this is going to rebound, but there is a but there. But with rules. Take that point very carefully. Once the rules are imposed on aquaculture and fishery system, whether it is markets or certification due to food safety requirements, the FSSAI may come in very powerfully after pandemic. There are rules already. And then if markets have to improve, then somebody has to put in a cost for that. All that cost has to be spread over the entire value chain of the aquaculture or fishery system. So it is going to bounce back, but don't expect your product to be the same cost. We have to pay for what we need in a good, healthy way. So the processing sector suffered the reduced customer demand from abroad, and it mainly affected the women force. Just imagine all those women who are queuing up in the processing line. Where did they go for all the next 9 months? So everything is going to add to a cost, but it is going to rebound with rules. Next one, please. Yeah, food. Now this we are all seeing, because people don't want to go out. Food has become delivery based. Delivery was there even before. Swiggy was there, and Amazon food was there. We didn't imagine Amazon to come and start distributing food. So we are already seeing, we have seen it, but this has come in more powerfully. Just imagine if there is a 14-day seizure on your entire flat system. You're not supposed to go out. Who's going to give you the food? It's only the delivery system. Now the distribution system has changed, and entrepreneurs, industry, and the government are aligning to these changes. Everybody is bringing in their protocols. So for us as an industry, it is good to see what these changes are and how can we apply it to an aquaculture marketing or a consumption system. Now, again, pointing out to Dr. Gina's question, Gina's comment, is our problem is not production. Our problem is marketing and distribution, even before the pandemic came. Now, when the pandemic came, now this is even more a forced system that we all need to wear a new coat. Next one, please. The seafood industry has already fallen in line. I think there are a lot of new trends that we are seeing. All of us are a party to using web applications and online services. Next one, please. And these are in progress, pretty good. Even I'm using it. Everybody is using it. Children are using it to order food or their products. Meat is also being increasingly being distributed through online systems, whether it is fish, shrimp, meat, or chicken. Now, one thing that has become another favorite of everybody is sitting at home, including all of us. Today, we are on this virtual webinar, but I can have a plate here beside me and I can be eating when I can take off my video off the screen and I can still be eating. So people are actually cooking at home. They're sharing recipes on WhatsApp and other media, cooking tips. This has become somebody's, favorite. Now, this is it's an advantage. We need to take care of these opportunities. Let me quote an example. As much as recipes for other commodities exist, but many people do not know how to cook their own fish. Once they get a good fish at home, they say how to. There are many people, except I'm not referring to the coastal places or traditional fish eating places, but there is an opportunity to share recipes for cooking fish. No matter what good fish you have, but if the recipe is not good, sometimes they'll say, no, fish is bad because of the recipe. So it is a good opportunity. Next one, please. So how people are actually spending their time across the world is an opportunity. It is not negative that you are sitting at home. Food consumption and distribution and delivery has increased. Home-based cooking and work from home is going to demand more convenience products, because they want now. If you go to the shop, they'll dress the meat and give you. If it is coming to home, then they are not going to give you that full fish, right? You would automatically expect the same dressing to become. Now, note that point, it's very simple, but you would like the product to be delivered in your house that way. So we are already seeing it, and students or researchers or entrepreneurs or businesses have to take it up at their own level. Students can also, try to come up with ready-to-cook convenience products. So much, it has been there, but let me tell you again and again, this pandemic is forcing things on us. We have to be forced, and we have to start running now. If not, we are going to fade out of business. This is a very serious turning point for the entire industry. I'll come to wet markets, stinky markets. All this has to go, because today my last few points would be about hygiene and human health. It is not going to be the price which is the driver. It is totally coming in from somewhere else, and we have to take advantage of that. Next one, please. Yeah, equipment, mobility of people. Let us take mobility of people. That has become a biggest challenge. I'm sure people like Ravi Kumar and others in the industry who are doing a lot of extension service to the industry, shrimp and fish industry, must have faced the issue of mobility of people. It has affected the industry. Basic inputs everywhere through the value chain. Now, let us say we want wheat flour or soybean meal or something. From where it has to come? It has to come from an agri farm. An agri farm itself is a distribution system, from harvesting to distribution and processing. Now, there's one sector of distribution and processing of raw material that has to reach the feed industry of aquaculture. So it becomes double. There's double trouble in the entire chain system. So these are all going to come back, because every sector is working on overcoming these hurdles. But please keep in mind, the cost is going to increase. The rules are going to become stricter. That would be the buzzword everywhere. Next one, please. At the production end, yes, there could be some benefits because the price of a product increases because of all these factors that we are mentioning. The farmer could stand to benefit, provided there is a transfer of these price markers to his levels. Now, this is an opportunity, because they say that farm gate of fish is less profitable. Sometimes you have to sell on negative, but this could be a solution, because A deliberate increase in farm gate price is inevitable. It is inevitable. It's going to come because of loss. But as policy, as researchers, we have to see that we take care of the interest of the producer. Simply asking him to combat fuel cost, power cost, labor cost is not enough. He has to get his money to combat it. If he's not going to work for a minimum profit, he's not going to be able to deliver good protein and good food to all of us. So that is very important. There should not be any negligence on the farm gate price. If there is, then again, the industry is likely to get into trouble. Next one, please. We've spoken about local markets before, but local markets are going to become more and more important because of this mobility and lockdowns. Lockdowns have altered food choices, consumption patterns, and it's very important to watch for these changes. There was an NDTV news, some highlights. You know, everybody is speaking about a lot of things. If you take it as a very ordinary comment, then you are not going to attach any importance. Let us say chef-driven healthy restaurants. It means a lot if you dig into that. Healthy food delivery brands. I just spoke a lot about delivery and all that. Gourmet street food. It's not that street food is going to get shut down. Street food in India is always going to persist, but even street food is going to come with loss. I'm sure it is going to come with loss. Because if you don't have a customer going and having that street food because it is unhealthy, then he's out of his business. So he's bound to change. Mock meat alternatives. Now this is negative to our industry. When you say mock meat, somebody is going to mock fish and shrimp and meat, and then therefore you don't produce more meat. That's not good for us because that is mostly for vegetarians. But we should. Why are they saying mock meat? It is because of negatives that the meat is having. So get delivered in a good market, good hygienic way, then nobody is going to ask for mock meat. And at home experiences is what, kitchen has become the favorite place for everybody instead of the living room or the TV or a drawing room. Next one, please. Very important. It has been a big issue in our country, at least now with the pandemic. Food safety laws coming in more mighty into this market. Customers are becoming more sensitive. Like Dr. Gina said, everybody talks about viruses, vaccines. So these are all very simple things for anybody to understand what bacterial spoilage is and what rigor mortis is, what is deterioration of fish and how fast it takes. Everybody is going to be very concerned. Probably previously not much, but the real scare has been brought in by pandemic. So it's going to be very important, and this is picking up. I am seeing it daily in my daily life that cold chain is picking up, because if the delivery has to be home based, there has to be a proper cold chain system. Next one, please. We talked about it for many years. It is being applied for the international shrimp market, but the good preservation and handling systems are not applied for domestic markets. We take our customers for granted. Human health is not really valued in India much. This thing comes so easily. No, that is not human. Human life is very valuable. Even having a good footpath and seeing that a person walks carefully is important. It's going to come in our country, a great shift to frozen foods, to cook at home, reduce wastage. And why does frozen food come into picture here? Why do clean markets come into picture? Because today, compared to a year back, people are reluctant to walk into wet markets. Because water is a good medium for bacteria, for this virus to be existing. And markets are like mass markets, and who's coming, who's going, everything is an issue. So we don't want to have exposure. The very fact that you don't want to have exposure calls in for a series of reforms. So wet markets going to be a big threat. I don't know if somebody is listening to me from the North India. I think Delhi, Gazipur market and all that had some real serious issues. I don't know how far they're going to solve it, but it is an issue because at any given point of time, you will see 500 kites and vultures flying above that market. It's not a good signal. We use birds to hunt for fish. Here we are using birds to look for danger. So preference towards trusted brands. Now there can be 100 brands, but there could be brands close to our heart. Now you want to rely on that brand because there is going to be a story that this brand tells that I source my product here, I handle it this way, I preserve it this way and I deliver it this way to the customer. So there is going to be a real brand value. So look for brand values, loose selling. I mean, the niche markets are there definitely, but there are markets that cater to a huge, big public regions. That would be in the last slide. Next one, please. Yeah, take these points. Innovation is going to become a priority. Definitely, aquaculture and fisheries sectors are going to become more interconnected. Use that word interconnected. I have to depend on many organizations, people to get more knowledge. If I think that I'm going to work in a silo by myself, it may not be right. So this is an opportunity to get more interconnected. Everybody, today we are using this system like on the Google meeting. Now it's a great tool, and getting connected to people and industry, we can always get onto a call 15 minutes. No need to spend on a flight ticket and a hotel cost to go reach some place, waste 2 days, but we can quickly connect. Organizations to draw expertise from each other. Great opportunity. I was reading some articles and some Scottish aquaculture, IPAC collaboration or something. They had some beautiful vision on how organizations, it's the need of the hour to collaborate with each other and connect, collaborate, communicate, foster dialogue, share knowledge. This is going to be the buzzword for the entire industry. Next one, please. My final 2 slides, I have to read this out because ultimately, whatever we do, we've been talking about product quality and customer demand. Today, it is going to come by force because of the pandemic. Ultimately, customers demand a safe to eat product. We don't deny that. Healthy products, and our system should be able to produce it more efficiently and economically to meet protein requirement. Now, the next point, the next slide, the next point is everybody in the world knows that fish and fish products, aquatic protein is one of the most healthiest. No debate on this. With or without COVID, we all know this. But with COVID, here is an opportunity. Make proteins connection to immune health a selling point. This is the first sentence there. Make protein connection to immune health a selling point. Now, this is a great marketing tool which nature or the pandemic has given. If we are trying to ignore this tool, we'll be out of this business. Probably it was harder for us to make this connection, to make fish a selling point before the COVID, but today it is because people are talking about immunity. There is, the need for a brand. There is customers aligning with protein and whole-based dietary requirements. They say that, apart from the vaccine, what are they giving us? They are giving us nutritional supplements and some immune boosters to combat this. So protein, our country is totally deficient on protein. Any one of us is deficient on protein. So I think the entire meat sector and other nutrients, this would be a great thing. This is actually taken from a blog of Dasha Shore, Mintal blog, it's called. So you can, she's a good writer, and I've taken this piece from them, and it's important to answer customers' questions on overall value of protein. Here is a great opportunity for our fisheries and aquaculture sector. Next one, please. Yeah, so that was good to be with all of you. I'm just checking my notes if I have missed any points. I'm almost done. And so pandemic connected to health, very important. Dr. Gina also said about tilapia. We've been talking about it for a very, very long time. A little bit of species diversification and new species would be required. So my final point is, it is even before the pandemic existed, there was need for all these factors that the aquaculture and fisheries industry was supposed to cater to. Now with the pandemic, you have a forced action. The axe is on our head, on our neck. If we don't perform now, it's good to perform now because to get more opportunities. You take anything, fixing up a farm gate price, you have an opportunity. Name anything, take all those points, make 1 to 31 as a list, and then make a table for yourself. I'm just giving you ideas, giving ideas for researchers. Take my presentation, take my article, and chop it down into points. Left side column, right side column. Let's say left side column, this is the issue for us. Middle column, you have solutions. And then the last column, action and timeline. I think that will give you a good roadmap. I don't need to give you recommendations. I would challenge you all to do the homework, to do the recommendations. I can do it very well, but then I would be happy if somebody can do it. And it's a good thing for us to educate the students and the researchers also on these lines. Change is a change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the information regarding the present condition of aqua business after pandemic situation.
Yeah. So I think there was a question how to increase domestic fish consumption, right? I saw something popping up.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, domestic fish consumption. We conducted a survey long back. There were some 3 or 4 points that came up. Survey was conducted from a small child to an old man. So why don't you prefer fish? Why don't you eat fish? How many times in a week do you eat fish? They said first thing is, sir, it is very smelly. Second thing is there are bones, too many bones, we can't tackle it. Third thing is we don't know which fish to buy. Fourth thing is we buy the fish, but we do not know how to cook. These 4 points came now. Now, what does this tell us as professionals sitting here? I don't need to answer that. But how domestic fish consumption can be improved is this. Why does fish stink? Only spoiled fish stinks. The fresh fish or prior to its spoilage doesn't stink. We all know that as science, right? Fresh fish doesn't stink. It has a mild grassy odor. And it is that water in the markets that stink more than the fresh fish. You put the fresh fish there, but you have yesterday's stinky, oozing, awful water. That stinks. Now that is the one which stinks. It's not the fish sometimes. So what has to improve? Today, why do people go into a mall? To have a pleasant shopping experience. Haven't we seen shops glazed with, laid with glazed tiles, good slope, stainless steel marketing, cutlery equipment, a well-dressed man with the, with the cap so that the hair doesn't fall, place to wash your hands, chlorination, complete sanitization, and rotation of products and display, and maintaining and displaying the right ice temperature or the freezer temperature. Now that builds customer confidence, and that is going to improve domestic market. Today is the time to do all this. Absolutely. There can be more said about domestic marketing. It's a topic maybe universities and organizations should, taking Dr. Gina's points, forget about production. Don't let us have a few sessions for how to improve marketing and how to improve domestic consumption. What are the bottlenecks? Production, I think we are great. We can take it from 0 to 5 lakh tons Pangasius. We can take it from 40,000 tons to 8 lakh tons Vanami in no period of time. We have to be proud as Indians to be achieving all this. But when we produce so much, who's going to eat and who's going to consume? That's our challenge to it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sir, on behalf of our institute, we proudly present a memento to Dr. P. Vijayanand, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So the next presenter is Dr. M. Menaga, Assistant Professor and Organizing Secretary, Chola Aqua 21, Department of Aquaculture. She is going to deliver a talk on fast facts on biofloc technology in aquaculture. This is over to you, ma'am.
So a very good afternoon to all of you. I guess the theme of the workshop is aligning with the talks of the speakers, and so far it is going well. And I wholeheartedly thank all the speakers for giving their suggestions and strategies to improve the sufficiency in Indian aquaculture. So now my topic, I've been assigned the topic dog and bioflow technology. Yes, I'm working on this for the past 5 years, and it will be a kind of quick presentation telling about the very factual things about this technology. So when you take the global aquaculture scenario, of course, India is not a least country to play a significant role. It is outstanding, far better when compared to other countries like Thailand and Indonesia. So this growth is being achieved through several leverages, especially by using improved feed usage. When you talk improved feed usage, those were the days which we were talking about, pelleted feed, extruded feed. But now we are coming up with a different functional feeds which can improve the growth and the health of the aquatic animal, and followed by the improved water treatment technologies such as bioflow and the RAS, and followed by the improved clean energy use, which is something we have to ponder upon on using the renewable energy sources like solar energy, wind energy, etc., and which altogether plays a very significant role in improving the health of the aquatic animal and also the consumers, and besides the social issues existing in the sector. So now my concentration is on improving the water quality for the aquaculture, especially through the closed loop systems or the indoor systems. So currently data from sustainable strategies which is being issued by FAO shows that it is very much essential to go with a kind of indoor or a closed loop system to prevent the disease outbreaks and also to enhance the biosecurity in farming aspects. So when we talk about it, of course, biofloc will come into place, and it is obvious that it is better than the conventional systems, and it works with a very basic principle of addition of carbon into the system to maintain a optimal CN ratio for the beneficial bacteria, especially a kind of heterotrophic bacterial growth. Thereby it stimulates the beneficial microbes to improve the water quality and also to improve the feed management in the farming. However, besides this, when we talk about this advanced less water or minimal water exchange technologies, when we compare with biofloc and the RAS, of course, the investment cost comes the very first priority when we adhere with the RAS based systems. However, in biofloc, it is slowly picking up in Southeast Asian countries and also in India, since it owes with a lot of advantages, like, the very basic aspect is like, it improves the water exchange rates. Thereby, a lot of water conservation can be taken up by adopting this technology, and a well-defined or a well-matured biofloc system can able to have a stable water quality parameters throughout the culture trial. And also, we can go with the reduced fertilizer use and a smaller footprint of any sort of feed inputs or the fertilizer input which is being given in the aqua farming can be reduced, and year-round production by adopting the nursery technique can be attained through this technology, and followed by in animal aspects, the faster growth and lesser disease outbreak and more efficient feed intake, followed by the higher yields can be achieved. So overall, if you see all these indications, which forms the advantage of biofloc technology, ensures the sustainability in the farming aspects, and thereby the sustainable aquaculture can be adopted by using this technology. On the other aspect, if you see the disadvantages of this technology, of course, there are many scenarios coming up, like adopting the semi-biofloc systems, or like one based for aquaculture practices. This mainly arises because of the high energy input in case if you're going with the massive outdoor farming, and high capital investment, as we are coming up with a liner based culture system for improving the technology which is being adopted. And besides this, if at all, if we are not balancing the microbial community in the biofloc, the toxin production and sometimes a disease outbreak can occur, which will affect the sector in a very devastating way. So the last two disadvantages which we talk is the power failure and operating complexity is very much seen in a country like India, as we have been discussing so far. The stable grid connection or the electrical connection cannot be seen in the villages, and this sort of technology requires a complete or continuous aeration to make the flock in suspension. So that is why the people are coming up with the different strategies such as semi-flock to modulate or modify this technology in a advantageous way. So when we talk about the status updates of this technology in India, of course, compared to other countries, India is little behind the countries like Thailand and Indonesia in adopting the biofloc, and there are many reasons for this. I'll be listing out a few of them. And when you talk about the nursery biofloc, and we could be able to see a number of success stories which is being practiced in many states of India, and grow out semi biofloc systems are also widely seen in West Bengal particularly and Andhra. And due to this sort of practices and emulsions, many international companies are also coming up with a sorted probiotic formula for its application to the specific culture systems like biofloc systems. So this paves an additional advantage for the farmers who are adopting the biofloc technology in the field level. And if you see, these are the major advantages so far we have achieved on this aspect. However, the farmers who are adopting are still struggling with the right flocking equilibrium in the ponds, since it is completely depending on the microbial composition. The methods are still not widely used among the Indian farmers at the larger scale. And of course, the current connection and the diversification of the culture systems and the customization of the culture systems. So when you see, like, N.V.Sujathkumar is still irreplaceable species in shrimp aquaculture, and in that case, N.V.Sujathkumar has shown an incredible growth in adoption of this technology. However, there is still a diversification of the species, and also the culture system is required. Instead of going with a large 10-hectare or a 20-hectare ponds, it's always to have a customized or indoor culture systems with not lesser than 50 ton capacity to produce more than 10 tons of yield is a very need of the hour. And the reduction of liner expenses is being still sorted out in this aspect. And now people shift from the pond-based culture system to the circular tanks-based culture systems, especially for adopting this technology. In this technology, the role of Tnjfu, we have tremendously worked on this technology so far, and we have standardized the SOPs for the nursery and the growth culture of N.V.Sujathkumar and also the tilapia, particularly the gift tilapia. And we have developed this SOPs with the funding from the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. And also we have proved the sludge reduction and the pigment characterization effect along with the probiotic effect is widely seen in this technology. And the studies has been carried out in such a way to prove whether the biofloc has its effect in reducing the sludge or in recycling the nutrients to the back to the culture systems. And very few functional extracts, such as, like, by the brand name with the Biosac and the Bio-Inoculum or Bio-Ino, has also been developed by our university. And we came up with a nursery-based shrimp feed, which is branded as NutriFlock from the biofloc system. And I'm very proud to say that we are the very first university in the country to design the photobioreactor and the open raceway ponds for developing a biofloc in the ex-situ manner. And genetically, we are also looking out the microbial composition of the bioflocs to make a perfect inoculum suitable for the indoor culture as well as for the outdoor culture. To some extent, we are also working on it. In addition to this, if you see the total challenges existing in India, especially on technical aspect, troubleshooting the problems in the water quality is still being a major problem which is being faced by the farmers, and the balance of microbial assemblages is still not well adopted by the farmers. And the very important critical point here is, there are many pseudo consultants on the YouTube which they self-claim themselves as a technicians, and a lot of middlemen has been involved in this technology dissemination, where they come up with a certain package of 10 lakhs to 15 lakhs, telling that the production would be around 50 tons to 60 tons from a so-called 15 lakhs package. So this sort of challenges are being faced currently with respect to the biofloc technology. So a quick recommendation for this technology from our university side, what we propose is a dedicated aquaculture policy on emphasizing the importance of this technology, and also the actual purpose and the technicalities involved in the technology has to be disseminated through the proper channels. So that for that purpose we need aquaculture policy, and we are very happy to see that it is this technology has been given due importance in PMMSY. However, we also request the government to come up with a separate aquaculture policy, and as like the Vanami stocking guidelines, we also request the forum to give through this forum we request the government to give an optimum stocking for the different types of systems when the people are adopting the biofloc. Like the biofloc is not similar to the conventional systems where the profitability can be achieved only through the high stocking density. And the SOPs which are being developed by the government authorities or through the success stories of the farmers can be verified and analyzed, and that can be disseminated in a proper way by the appellate governing bodies. And more particularly, we would also recommend one-stop shop licensing to certify the farms. Certification and traceability is yet another concept which is slowly picking up in aquaculture. However, the product need not to be certified. However, the farms which are being adopting this technology should get the proper certification to avoid or eradicate any sort of troubleshoots which is being happening in this technology. And of course, a multi-institutional approach is also being explored right now, and we hope that this will develop in a very flexible way to have several turnkey projects, so that it will be very easy for the farmers for the adoption. And the biofloc products what we have developed, there are many institutes which are working on this. However, all the biofloc products which are being developed by the government bodies and also the private bodies should be recognized with the regulatory bodies for the necessary approval. And the most importantly, the farmers or the technicians who are being involved in this technology should have a close contact with the regulators and to have a sufficient database to establish a proper SOP for the dissemination. So this is all about the challenges or the recommendations we made through this platform. And since we have quite a large amount of experience on dealing this technology, we hope this also requires a further refinement, and we will definitely commit ourselves to undertake such refinements in the future to serve better for the farming community. Thank you so much, and I hereby acknowledge the present Vice Chancellor and the former Vice Chancellor for giving this opportunity, since he has been involved in so many of our works, and also I acknowledge the Dean for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So the next presenter is Mr. Ishwar Devanand, sir.
Thank you, Tnjfu, for giving me this opportunity.
Sir, I'll introduce you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh.
So I'm very happy to introduce Ishwar Devanand, sir. He's a biotechnologist and an avid software programmer. He believes that technology can be leveraged to bring greater connection between the scientific community and the farmers, and has been working to enhance fishing science journal in line with this vision. He opinions that land to land and land to lab have a yin-yang relationship, and true sustainability is only achieved when they are both balanced. He is working as an central CEO Farm Hub Service Private Limited, Visakhapatnam. And he is here to deliver a talk on supportive system and solutions and expectations from farmers' perspective. So this is over to you, sir.
Thank you, and sorry for interrupting in the beginning. First off, a very happy new year to all. I know it's a bit late during the year, but I think in the first month we can go ahead with that. And the topic that was given to me is actually a very pertinent one. We're talking about the farmers, and they are the central backbone of it all. And what they need or what they require determines the entire industry as a whole. So just a moment before I share my presentation. Right. I hope the presentation, everyone can view it. So, as I said, this is the crux of the entire industry. I mean, if the farmer can sell his produce, then the entire chain can make money. So, today I'm going to talk about the very basic that we could look back in the industry, because sometimes we just need to reiterate the simple fact. And we have a great example during the COVID era this time, because there were many simple facts that were reiterated. Like, for example, the simple act of washing hands. Earlier, people know it, but no one actually took much notice of it. But after COVID, now it is a norm. And this came after we had lots of messages coming in from the government saying that please wash your hands. So we're going to attempt doing something like that. So as the aquaculture industry as a whole, before we jump into the farmer, let's look at the sector as a whole. So here there are many terms that are actually given. That is, one is sustainability, and then of course the profitability. And let's just, while we go into the bird's eye view of it, let's just look at what sustainable business would be. Now for a farmer, it would be he gets the best quality inputs, then he chooses the right species to farm, and he makes a profit out of it. Now the business part would be him getting good inputs, farming the right species, and getting a profit. Now if we were to say that aquaculture is a sustainable business, it would mean that the farmer gets good inputs, the farmer gets good species to farm, he gets money out of the business, out of the farm, and then he reinvests the money back into the sector. So the difference between the aquaculture business and by saying a sustainable aquaculture business is that the farmer should choose to reinvest money into the business. So if the farmer doesn't reinvest, then it means that he doesn't have confidence in the sector, and that is something that we have to look for just to understand the health of the industry. Now I will be reiterating, as I said, a simple fact of what happens, and I'll be actually repeating some of the things that Dr. Vijayanand has said. And while we do this exercise, I'll be also attempting to answer some of the questions like which Dr. Jena has presented. That is, why are entrepreneurs not coming forward to take up different species? And we also saw that in the farming aspect of it, as Dr. Pramod Kumar Pandey said, the large number of species, there's already a list. And as Dr. Ravi Kumar has said, there are efficiencies that can be got in the farming aspect. Now, let's look at what we can do later. So, as I said, the earlier thing, the first part is the farming, the second is the market where you sell, and that leads to profitability. Now, within the farming part, the farmer is presented with challenges in different parts. But generally, these are the things that he requires. One is the inputs. He requires capital. He requires technical support. He requires insurance. and he requires training. Now, out of this, you can say that the inputs like seed and feed are mostly have been set. This is because the input suppliers have now, earlier there were like a few, now there are many. So because of competition and because of getting into the business, improvements have been happening in the seed and feed supply throughout the years. And now we're talking about functional seeds. So there have been a good improvements there. The other part that we see is technical support. Technical support, generally we have a good technical support, government agencies, institutes, universities like Tnjfu and others, and of course the field staff of different institutes, of different companies. They also put in a lot of effort here. But here the chief difference comes when it goes to the farmer. If it is for already existing species, like it could be carp, it could be Tnjfu, it could be tilapia, the technical support is very good. But when it comes to novel species, like if someone wants to go into sea bass or other things, the technical support is still lacking. Now, this is one thing that could put off a new entrepreneur getting into the business. Readily available technical support. Although the technical support is available at different places, it is not readily available to the farmer. Then the next one is about training. Training, of course. Training is the process that you go before you farm, and technical support is something that you get after you start farming. So the training aspect, there are so many resources, institutes are offering so many training programs, and here too, I think there could be an improvement in terms of the new and novel species. Like there could be better training support offered there, and that's what we're trying to do at Fish and Science. The other two things that are in red is the capital and the insurance. Capital is difficult to get for the farmer, and if it's a new farmer, it's much more difficult unless they already have their own money to invest. And insurance is something that is that's a problem that has been existent for many years, and no finalization of the solution has come about. Now, this is the crux of the farm aspect that I believe. You know, when you go to the farmer, what is he concerned about? He's concerned about only two things. What should I farm and where do I sell it? Now, traditionally, what happens is he could, earlier, let's just go back a few years back, it was like what to farm is from who is there, the neighborly farmer, what is he farming? Yeah, he's here, he can help me in technical support and other things, I can go and farm the same species. Then the next question was where to sell. It is mostly a trader. That we'll now look at. So the question of where to sell is now again divided into two things. For a small farmer, it is a trader who does this for him. And for a large farmer, like if he has lots of hectares of farm, he could actually have connects with the end consumer, who could be a wholesaler in a different state. So if it's a small farmer, a 1 HA farmer, he could, it's not small, but I'm just saying in this context, that a 1 HA, 2 HA farmer, when he's choosing which species to farm, he is looking at who is going to buy first. So it is mostly the local trader. So if the trader is not interested in buying that species, he would like to put this away. Because, traders have set species that they have demand for from the wholesaler, which they're going to cater to. Any other species that come into the picture is not taken in by the trader. But if he does, he takes that species at a steep discount. Case in point, Tnjfu when it started. For large farmers, they could actually attempt to sell their own produce because they sell it they produce it in large quantities. They could actually talk with a buyer in a different state. Both of these things should ideally be governed by the factors that even Dr. Vijayanand was talking about. Now, India already has a fish-eating population in different states. And being a business, and aquaculture being a business, we would also like to enter into newer markets where it's not available. So therefore, we should understand what the existing customers actually eat, or what do they prefer, and how do we target the next generation. So these are the two parts of it. And these things will determine the other parts of the entire thing, that is the supply chain and the species and value addition. So basically what we're trying to do here is we are not looking at the number of species we have, the ease of farming of the species. We are looking from the market side, like what is required by the customer, what do they prefer, how can we produce this, or how can we source this. Now all of these things are in red. Till now, this is the simple thing that I'm talking about. We have so many input suppliers in the aquaculture sector. We had Global Seeds come in, we have Grow Best, we have so many large companies here. Now, when these people entered into the aquaculture sector, they made an exhaustive study of what the potential was. They knew which states have potential for farming shrimp, which states have potential for farming fish. And then accordingly, they made their investments, they expanded, and it was all done. And year on year, they again do a restudy to see whether they are in tune and what more can be expected. Now, input suppliers, and also we have to remember one part. Aquaculture is a niche multi-billion-dollar industry. So, these two are just opposite of each other. It's a niche segment, but then it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So the input suppliers that come into it have already made big plans, and they know what is happening from their customer's perspective, that is the farmer. But however, we don't have a study where the farmer knows what his customers want. The buck stops there. It is like the entire, that's why you have these problems of excess production at one time and the price crash. And at another time, suddenly the price increases. But when the price increases, immediately there's a price crash because everyone is now jumping into the same thing. So while there is so much of study made to get into the aquaculture business, no study has actually been made in a large scale across India to study where the produce from the aquaculture sector goes. So that is the serious gap in the sector. Now let's look at an assumption game. Now this is not a very technical thing, but it's just going through some very basics that we're assuming it. First, there is no big marketing drive. Consumption is constant. And the ways to reach out to customers increases via apps, as Dr. Vijayanand was sharing earlier. So we can just look at few scenarios. We can make it a bit complex, but I made it quite as simple as possible. Now let's just assume that the number of species that we are farming is limited. Value addition wise, there is little or no value addition. Input costs would remain stable because we have our feed millers and others. They already have large capacity, so the prices would almost remain stable. Market price over time, when you have these sources like apps and others, would remain stagnant. You might see initial gains, like once the app is launched, there are like people buying through the app. You're like, okay, we'll see a price gain. But over time, this changes because of the demand and supply ratio. So if there are like 100 people now looking through the app, but they're not going to buy huge tonnages at the same time. So those things come down. Now the second scenario, like the number of species that are there, if they're limited, value addition wise, we have a varied range. Then the input costs are still stable, but at the market price, the farmer would have a cushion. Now the opposite of this, like we have a large number of species, value addition wise, there is little or no change. We're just selling the whole fish. Now the input costs will be higher for normal species. Like for example, if there is something like sea bass introduced, it is going to have a higher price. But then the market price will be better because the culture will be spread out. And the fourth option would be large number of species, varied range of value addition. The input cost will be slightly higher for novel species, but there'll be a price cushion as well as an advantage of spread out culture. Now, this gives us just raw ballpark ideas. Now we can complicate this by saying that should it be an extensive species or an intensive species? Extensive species are generally something that you would use, that you would like small farmers to farm. And intensive species are semi-intensive, and intensive is where it goes medium scale or large scale. This is because if the species is suited for an intensive environment, within no time, the industry will be flooded with that capacity. As Dr. Vijayan was saying, we can just go from 0 to 50. So it is always that the extensive species are for the small farmers or very small farmers, and the intensive, semi-intensive goes that way. But all of these together, but this doesn't start off like, again, our current scenario where we just start off farming and we just do it, and then we expect then we see how the market would go. Now that happened in the case of Pangasia, but in the case of Pangasia, it was an industry-wide effort where it was flooded and people got that fish everywhere they went. So over time, people got tuned to it. But you can't do that with any other novel species unless they're industry-wide. People start taking in big losses and they start pushing it. It won't happen. So, as I said, key takeaways are: first, aquaculture is a niche multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Input suppliers like feed millers make a study before they enter into aquaculture, but somehow there is no study for something that goes out of aquaculture, the final product, that is the fish or the shrimp. And until now, it has been a completely organic growth that we have. So rather than continuing in the slow pace, like there has been a steep increase in between, but now it is just going in a plateau or it is going in a slight incline. We need an effort where to understand what the market actually demands. And the industry will be far more successful if the farmer knows what he should farm without worrying about where he should sell it. So the path forward for this could be that NFDB and other agencies, government agencies mostly, they could actually go with a market study on a yearly basis. And consumers of different places or different states have different tastes. Tamil Nadu would have different tastes. Kerala would have different tastes. The North, East would have different tastes. And the absolute North will have different tastes. So this should be identified. Now here, this discussion of whatever has been studied should be taken with the buyers and the traders. Because, if you're talking about a large farmer, as I said, they could make their own connect. But it is the mid-level farmer and the small farmer who need assistance. These guys would only farm whatever the trader would buy. So therefore, it is the trader who should say that, yeah, I'm also going to take this piece. Now, the trader should do that. It should be the wholesaler who's taking it from different states. So therefore, our education should not be at education from on the farmer's side as to what species he can farm. It should probably be on the buyer's side as to what they can buy. And our buyer would be the wholesaler in any state or the trader in any district. So after this is done, this is all presented to the farmer, and therefore this would lead to I think a huge change in the industry. This is because till now we have had no market study in a large scale across India. So the initial study is going to definitely get in huge. And so finally, I leave you again this question. The farmer needs to be able to answer these things. Like, what do I farm and where do I sell? And if those two questions, if any farmer can be answering these questions without too much of an effort, it means that the industry sets for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the valuable presentation about the expectations from farmers' perspective. So there is a question for you. I'll read it out. Can we fix a minimum support price for fish commodity? What's your views on this subject?
I'm against the concept of, not against in that sense, but the minimum support price concept, I don't think it will work out in the market, in the industry. This is because, if you're saying that if you go with the MSP model, what happens is it being a perishable product, there are lots of things and variables to change. Now, if you're talking about something like MSP for something like grains, that is one. But if you're talking about MSP for a perishable product like this, now that requires a lot of elements. And you're talking about supply chain, you're talking about cold storages, you're talking about everything. And the cost overheads for the government will be huge. And in the long term, it might not work. So that's my view on that.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of our university, we are proud to present a memento to Mr. Ishwar Dev Pandya.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Mr. Ishwar.
So this is
Oh,
the
thank you
time
so much.
for a vote of thanks. I invite Dr. S. Adityan sir, co-convener of Chola Aqua 2021, to deliver vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Before starting, I want to start with the quote. Thank you is the best prayer that anyone could say. I say that only a lot. Thank you expresses extreme gratitude. So good afternoon, everybody. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose vote of thanks on this special day. We have reached the end of this beautiful function. Today, I take the opportunity to put my gratitude into words. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty God for making today's meeting as a great success. On behalf of our university, all faculty and students, I must sincerely thank our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. J.K. Jena, DDG Fisheries Science, ICR New Delhi, for kindly accepting our invitation, graced and delivered Chief Guest address for today's National Virtual Workshop. Thank you very much, sir. Apart from delivering, he has also given, completely given the talk on special talk. Thank you very much, sir. Wholeheartedly, I must thank our respected Vice Chancellor, Professor G. Sukumar, for your valuable inaugural address delivered for this National Virtual Workshop. I'd like to thank our beloved Dean of Dr. M.G.R. Thalinairu, Dr. S. Balasundari, for your welcome address given for this National Virtual Workshop. I must thank all the distinguished speakers, Dr. Tnjfu Pandey, Dr. P. Ravi Kumar, Dr. Vijay Anand, then Mr. Ishwar Anand, for making the excellent presentation and making this seminar interesting and meaningful. Then I would like to thank Dr. T. Anand, Dr. M. Manaha, for your talk given in this National Virtual Workshop. I would like to thank all the committee members who have been running around doing a lot of things. Thank you so much. Finally, I must thank the wonderful participants, including students who have turned up in such great numbers, not only from our university, but also from other parts of India. Once again, I thank you, everyone whose contribution has made this conference a successful national workshop. Before leaving, please remember and follow the Corona SMS. Soap, mask, and social distance. Stay safe. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I request all the participants to find the feedback link shared to you through emails and WhatsApp, so you can give your valuable feedback in that, and e-certificates will be sent to your registered email IDs. And thank you one and all for attending this National Virtual Workshop, and thank you once again.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and convener, co-convener, organizing secretary, and all those involved in that. You did a good job. Nice it is. Thank you, Mr. Ishwar. We'll catch you up again.
Thank you, sir. Shall we officially close it, sir?
Yes, madam.
Thank you all.
I think you can close.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Yeah, I'm closing. Thank you all. Good day. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you.